ideas that become solutions to the world's most pressing concerns. Innovation and creativity are the sparks that ignite to transform lives and society, and these need space to grow.
We are home to these creative and innovative sparks. Our work goes beyond the disciplines, across our 9 faculties, 7 campuses, and being one of Africa's top business schools. As an African global university, we stand proudly among the world's top universities. We remain at the forefront of universal discoveries and provide authentically African solutions to the world's greatest challenges and opportunities. We are pioneers in our fields, from the humanities to cutting-edge technologies, continually seeking ways to improve the world around us. Our hybrid learning systems provide quality education that enables graduates to become adaptable game changers. We have molded nearly 500,000 alumni who have made their mark locally and internationally, and we continue to inspire and equip our students to uphold our firmly rooted culture of excellence. At the heart of what we do is our people. They are creative, critical thinkers who can shape society for the better, because that is how we teach, learn, innovate, impact, and live. We are the University of Pretoria.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it's my pleasure to welcome all of you very warmly to the University of Pretoria, to Future Africa, and to this first plenary session of Africa Week 2023. A session on networking the networks that speaks to some of the essential objectives of Africa Week and indeed of Future Africa more broadly, including the aim of creating new transformative partnership opportunities for African research and scholarship. Networks. I loved John Hearn's comments at the first side event I attended on Monday morning, the Australia-Africa University Network event, where he talked about universities as big or huge battleships with big anchors, and in that context reflected on networks as a powerful tool to provide access to valuable resources to researchers. Resources not only money, but knowledge, influence, personal career growth, and more. So the networking sessions that I've had the privilege of attending in the last 2 days have been really exciting, and I'm really looking forward to today's discussions about how we network those networks. I think our challenge today is not only to learn from each other about how we leverage the power of those networks, but also to begin to think and act across and beyond the various networks, to look at and to open up the opportunity space of the networks that we collectively bring to the table, in some to think and act at scale. So to steer today's discussions in that positive direction, we are tremendously fortunate to have with us Professor Cheryl de la Rey, Vice-Chancellor of the University of Canterbury in New Zealand. Cheryl, it's an enormous pleasure to welcome you back to Future Africa. Thank you so much for being with us. Colleagues, the first plenary session of Africa Week, this session today, was conceptualized, co-organized, and generously sponsored by the National Research Foundation. And so I'm delighted to welcome and hand over to you, Dr. Aldo Strobel, NRF's Executive Director for Strategic Partnerships. Thank you very much.
Dr. Heckman, thank you very much for the warm welcome, and indeed all distinguished guests. We're delighted by your participation today in this very prominent Networking the Network session. I want to acknowledge also the presence and the moderation today of Professor Cheryl de la Rey, who's been truly extraordinary in forging networks and really has that insight and experience, also by virtue of her chairship of the Association of Commonwealth Universities Board or Council, in promoting and advancing truly strategic partnerships. The NRF is also delighted, colleagues, to partner with Future Africa and the University of Pretoria in conceptualizing this important event today. As Heide has indicated, this is part of a series that culminates today. So on Monday, we had a very dedicated session looking at the Africa-Australia University Network. Yesterday, a large number of university networks were analyzed, discussed, and gathered, and the outcomes of both of those days culminates in today's session on networking the networks. What does that mean? We have a variety of representatives from higher education, the private sector, industry, civil society, and multilateral and international organizations. And in some way or another, all of these are linked to networks. We want to anticipate, we want to plan, and ultimately we want to achieve impact in a connected manner through additionality, complementarity, and by virtue of co-design and co-development. If I may suggest a tagline for today, I think that is the ultimate aim of what we're trying to discuss today and what we want to take further. We're also discussing the notion or construct of open science, and that indeed is the overarching theme of this week's Africa engagement. And I always say, open everything. And that's why we want to bring in this broader discussion to make it open, but to also enhance access, to enhance understanding, and ultimately, again, to work towards impact. There's also a very natural and increasingly important role for science granting councils in this field. So there's many science granting councils from Africa represented here. The NRF itself works with all its sister organizations in the world. And as an example, as the South African National Research Foundation, apart from the numerous grants and bilaterals that this organization is responsible for, we're currently also responsible for 8 multilateral networks with an average of 10 international partners each, with more than 500 million rand. And that shows you what the extraordinary power is of facilitation and what science funding also advances and supports the notion of networks in higher education, industry, and further afield. It is also very important to acknowledge the presence of a large number of vice-chancellors in this gathering today and who will participate in our discussions. When we speak of networking the networks and from a university perspective, they are true leaders in forging and creating an enabling environment for us to work towards impact, to keep the momentum, and ultimately to display leadership and engagement for these networks to continue. As a last comment, I want to welcome especially Professor Tebogo Moja from New York University, of course highly engaged with the University of Pretoria, but also a board member of the National Research Foundation. She will keep an eye on the NRF today during our discussions. So colleagues, thank you again in advance for your active participation. Thank you for this co-presentation of this prominent session today with Future Africa and the University of Pretoria. It's my great pleasure then to hand over to Professor Cheryl de la Rey, the moderator for our first session. Thank you indeed.
Greetings, everybody, and I wish to firstly thank the University of Pretoria, Future Africa, and the National Research Foundation for giving me the honor and privilege of being the moderator of this very important conversation today. So thank you both. organizations, and also thank you very much to Aldo and Haida for your kind introduction and your warm words of welcome to me. I really do appreciate it. I also wish to acknowledge in the audience today a number of fellow vice-chancellors, deputy vice-chancellors, CEOs and leaders from across our sector and leaders from across the world. It's a real honor to be reconnected with you in various ways. So the session today, Networking the Networks, falls within the overall theme for Africa Week, which, as Aldo reminded us, is Open Africa, Open Science. And this today is a sub-theme within that very broad, and shall I say, very provocative theme. Provocative in the sense that it should both provoke thought and discussion and hopefully some vigorous debate. I think it's also appropriate that this discussion is being hosted by Future Africa, which was intended by the University of Pretoria as a collaborative space, a space for dialogue, a space for engagement, and most importantly, a space for innovation that leads to transformations in how we've done things over the last number of centuries. So in introducing the session, just a few remarks before I will invite the panel members to join me here up front. I think very broadly when we speak about networks, what we're talking about is cooperation and collaboration. We're talking about the formation of relationships, and particularly relationships that have mutual benefit, but also I think it's our shared hope, and I trust it is a shared hope, that we're talking about relationships, partnerships, cooperation, collaboration that assist us in having even a greater impact for public good in our respective communities and societies and globally. I noticed in a workshop, in the introduction to a workshop on Monday, the National Research Foundation referred to the proliferation or the increase in the numbers of universities who are in networks of one sort or another, and how that has proliferated over the last 2 decades. And indeed, the intent of this week is to have even more networks and collaboration. I would think that we would anticipate, and rightly so, even further proliferation of networks. Because after all, if we look at the higher education sector, that is our intent, to have an impact in society. And what better way to leverage our impact than by working together? If we think about the impact of the pandemic, for example, I think it was a moment in history where it was brought home to us that what happens in one part of the globe has a very significant impact all over the world. And in fact, so much so that it not only impacts other parts of the world geographically and across geopolitical dimensions, but it has a very personal and direct impact. For example, individual lives were impacted through restrictions, through the closures of national borders, through restrictions on our mobility. That impact continues today. If we think about some of the big challenges in logistics, in how we move across the world, and in the broader concern we have, both locally and globally, about the state of the global economy, there is a lasting impact. The other dimension is the lasting impact that period had on our mental health and well-being, again, individually and collectively. But what we also saw in that time is that on the one hand, our world is deeply connected, so something that happens on the other end of the world has a direct and personal impact, sometimes desirable, other times undesirable, like the pandemic. But I think my observation is that mostly we desire connection, and it's a fundamental part of our human DNA. We desire to be connected with one another in various ways. And the unpreparedness of the travel industry, I think, is one example of how, on the one hand, we're concerned about climate change. On the other hand, people are traveling more than ever before post-pandemic. So we have contradictions. And it's these contradictions that I would hope that we explore in our conversation today. Again, I refer to some of the big global risks post-pandemic. Climate change, mental health and well-being, equity, poverty, and the list goes on. So what then is the role of networks? And particularly in a time when networks are proliferating. How do we see this? Well, firstly, the concept of networking the networks is very important because we risk repeating what has often happened in higher education and within the university sector in particular. And we know that in the form of the term siloization. I've yet to find an institution that doesn't grapple with this issue of siloization in the way they're internally organized. We also face the risk of siloization of networks, that we become so committed in owning a certain kind of network that we isolate ourselves or we silo ourselves from other networks and opportunities. The other risk is duplication. And if we think about the various network opportunities that we've engaged with, the question is, are we all focused on the similar priorities? And if we are, where are the opportunities to work together? And particularly if we think about being in the global south or here on the tip of Africa, there's the issue of asymmetry. Asymmetry in our networks, asymmetry of resources, asymmetry of power, asymmetries in influence, and asymmetries in impact. That's something that I think we should focus on in our conversation today. How do we deal with asymmetry or asymmetries in its various dimensions? We're also facing some new opportunities, but with every opportunity, we can also think about risks. And certainly what the pandemic brought to our attention, I think in many parts of the world, is that the trust in scientific knowledge is being challenged more than it has ever been in the history of humanity. Contestation about knowledge, and particularly the knowledge that we as universities produce. We also have a challenge related to machine learning and artificial intelligence. The headlines, particularly across the teaching space, is dominated by the impact of new inventions or new software that changes the way we assess students. But it's far beyond that. And if we think about it, the implications could be quite serious, threatening the way we have done things for the wrong reasons. But therein also lies opportunity. Opportunity for us to connect in different ways. To connect, I think we'll wait for the generator to come back. Speaking about connection, we'll wait. Yep. If I raise my voice, can the people at the back hear? Good, good, good. So to avoid siloization, to avoid unnecessary overlapping priorities that detract from our ability as a sector to overcome some of these challenges that face us. The other issue that I'd like to place on the agenda is, what do we mean by social impact? What does it mean for us? How do we know whether our networks are producing any benefit for public good and making a difference? We tend to steer away from measuring in quantitative terms the impact of our networks. But is it something that we should be looking at? Because for each of our networks, we look for investors. So the NRF, for example, has been a great investor in a number of networks, and I wish to acknowledge the role that the NRF has played in bringing networks together. But ultimately, and especially if we're using public funding, what impact are we having, and how do we demonstrate that impact in a time where, as I say, the knowledge that we produce is coming under increasing threat and questioning? Transformation is a term that is widely used across the South African higher education sector. But today I would like to invite us to use that term a lot more broadly. How do we look at the opportunities of networking the networks to truly transform the way we conduct what we committed to do? In other words, if you're in a university, the way we commit to our academic missions. Those academic missions have been challenged fundamentally at the turn of the century and will continue to be challenged across the world. So what is the transformative power of networking the networks? The transformative power for innovation, the transformative power to bring greater scalability in our impact, the transformative power to demonstrate what we do in the interests of public good. So if you look at today's program, and I invite you to do so, especially because there'll be a number of changes due to changing circumstances, you will see that what we will be focusing on in the first instance is network typologies. What do we mean by networks? Are there different typologies? And as the NRF raised in the workshop on Monday, is there a framework for these networks? What are the governance arrangements? Or should there be governance arrangements where we're calling for openness of various sorts? Or should it be the case that we just let be in the interests of openness? We also have later in the session report backs and summaries from a number of network meetings that have happened over the past 2 days. And I look forward to hearing from each of those leaders for those respective networks. I think that will bring home to us whether there are opportunities for scalability, for greater impact, and for greater transformative impact in particular. In the afternoon, we will hear a number of case studies. And then at the end of our day, we'll be taking a big picture look. A big picture is what are the big lessons? What are best practices that we can take forward in our respective networks? And then an event this evening that will be focusing on partnerships, to which our host has invited all of us. So without further ado, I'd like to invite our panelists to join me up front. So firstly, we have Professor Ahmed Bauer. Please come forward. And then we will have, is it Dr. Francis Halle? And Dr. Tembakaza Mali. Dr. Mali here. Oops.
I'm fine. Thank you. I think you take the first one.
Dr. Halle, welcome.
No, doctor.
Oh.
Honor me. I have not joined you yet.
Okay.
Thank you.
It's in your future. Welcome. Good to meet you. Nice to meet you. As I indicated, that the theme of our first session for our very first panel of the day is perspectives on network typologies. And we're going to have our first speaker speak from the perspective of higher education. Our second speaker, who is going to be talking about a policy perspective. And our third speaker, and I'm really delighted that we're going to have a multi-sectoral perspective, because that's one of the shortcomings that's where I belong in the higher education sector. We sometimes tend to be overly self-referential. And the idea is, do we have networks that are multi-sectoral? And how do we create opportunities for multi-sectoral networks in order to increase our scalability and impact? So without further ado, I invite Professor Ahmed Bauer, who is the former CEO of Universities South Africa. He's a member of the International Science Council Open Science Working Group and has had a number of roles over his career. But the theme of the day is dialogue, so I won't be introducing anyone in length, but rather let's give them time to speak to us and provoke further discussion. Professor Ahmed Bauer.
Thanks, sir. Thanks. Thank you, Professor Delaray. And, I must begin by just thanking the organizers of the meeting, first of all, for organizing the meeting, because it's such a wonderful opportunity for us to get together and to discuss these important things, but also for inviting me to be here at this really important time in history of humanity and so on. I just thought quite hard about what to say today, and I thought since I'm sort of talking about the networking of universities and so on, I thought I'll say a little bit first about universities and just some of the kind of thinking that some of the thinking that's current about universities and so on. And I think that it's also important for us to remind ourselves from time to time, that there are some basic principles about universities that we have to keep in mind, and to try and ensure that we anchor whatever we're doing in understanding the role of universities in society. So my starting point is that universities are social institutions. They're not unanchored. They're not like kind of free-floating institutions. They're created by societies. And they are funded by societies, and they are fostered by societies. So they are really sort of powerfully in the imagination of societies kind of thinking about themselves and their futures and so on. But there are special kinds of social institutions. They're not local governments, for example, or they're not NGOs, right? They are knowledge-intensive institutions. They are created with that idea that they will be engaging in the production of knowledge, in the dissemination of knowledge, in the application of knowledge, and so on. But actually, they are also special knowledge-intensive institutions in that there's one thing that's special about universities. They have students, right? The core purpose of universities is to produce new generations of experts and new generations of artists and scholars and intellectuals and so on. And they do this by engaging in that knowledge enterprise, by creating, disseminating knowledge and applying knowledge and so on. And I think that we have to keep that in mind when we think about universities in networks as well. So I'll come back to that clearly a little bit in the future. I think it's important for us to understand that there are other knowledge-intensive institutions. I worked at CERN in Geneva. There are 4,000 scientists at CERN in Geneva, but it's not a university. It doesn't have students. Universities have students, and we have to keep that in mind as we think about their role in society. And of course, I think we all know, that universities are fundamental to the effective functioning of complex kind of multi-layered democracies, complex economies and so on. And therefore there are expectations of them as social institutions in playing these multiple roles in society. And being knowledge intensive means that they are local and global in scale, because that's the nature of knowledge. Knowledge is not sort of compartmentalized by society. Knowledge is global. Even if you produce knowledge about the most local kind of reality, that knowledge kind of really permeates, if you like, into the global terrain, if you like. And so they are local and global in scale. And they operate naturally across borders and continents on the one hand, and on the other hand, they also operate across different scales in a society, right? In a nation. So they operate in different sectors, but also they operate at the national level and they operate at the community level. So they operate different scales and they operate across borders. So this makes them special, right? There aren't many institutions in the world that have the opportunity of kind of being global and local in scale, but also to operate across kind of different sectors and scales. Yeah. And there's something else special about universities, and that is that in most societies, not most I should say, in many societies, universities have an arm's length kind of distance from the state, right? They operate with an arm's length kind of distance from the state. That's also important because, that contributes to this ability of them of being involved in networks that are creative. I mean, I'll come back to that in a short while. So the important thing I think about universities and their ability to operate at these different scales, global, local, and across different scales in a society, allows them to participate in the formation of networks that reach both horizontally across nations and so on, but also vertically in a society. And that makes them exciting. And of course, what that means is that they are powerful bridges between societies on the one hand and between different actors on the other hand. So when one thinks about the cholera outbreak now in Hammanskraal, the first question one asks is, where are the universities? Why aren't we hearing from, well, we are hearing from the experts, right? So I'm not suggesting we're not. But that is an immediate question. Where are the universities? When Cape Town had its water crisis a few years ago, there were wonderful studies done about, the impact of climate change on the water. But where were the universities? So it's important for us to just understand that universities are expected to be involved in these different levels. So I just want to take a step back a little bit and just ask ourselves, what are the conditions under which we are having this conversation now? Cheryl, I just want to check. It says 8 minutes, but it is 20 minutes, right, that we are allocated. Yeah, okay, yeah. Thanks. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so first of all, the grand challenges of facing humanity are gathering pace. One representation of those grand challenges are the SDGs, right? And we can't just step back and say that the SDGs are not that universities are not going to get involved in these problems of application problems, these instrumentalist kind of problems and so on. We can't do that. Universities are expected to be involved in the SDGs. By the way, a report that was produced by a group at the Science Policy Research Unit at Sussex recently, called the Strings Report, indicates that in the global north at least, that the output of research in the global north universities on the SDGs has gone into decline at a time when it should be accelerating. Interestingly, in the global south, the opposite is the case. It seems like that there's still a steady increase in the output. Of course, the scales are very different, but that's a very important point to just keep in mind that, so much of the future of humanity depends on this kind of work continuing at an increased pace. And, what are those grand challenges? There are so many of them. We know what the SDGs have, but we really have to understand that, global warming and climate change is resulting in devastating shifts in weather patterns, which we are seeing in our subcontinent, for example. We are seeing wars across the world with large human migrations and the implications of all of that. There are massive global population dynamics occurring, kind of changes in global population. It's estimated by that by 2050, Africa will have 25% of the world's population. At the same time, of course, what we are seeing in Japan and many parts of Europe and so on is a devastating decline But actually, Japan, as I understand, Professor Nagao, has 750 universities. I actually saw, schools shut down. I was in Japan recently. Saw schools shut down. The most horrendous kind of observation. Just seeing these wonderful physical, buildings and facilities for children, and seeing them empty and mothballed. It's just a terrible thing to behold. Japan has 750 universities, but sooner or later, there's going to be pressure on those universities. More importantly, Sub-Saharan Africa has an 8% participation rate in higher education. So, and there's no possibility, it seems to me, in the short term, for a massive increase in provision in higher education in Sub-Saharan Africa. So what are the implications of those global dynamics, if you like, in population changes? Food insecurity is rapidly becoming a challenge. Health insecurity is rapidly becoming a challenge. So we have to take into account these devastating kind of possibilities, if you like, as we head into the future. There are shifting geopolitics, right, which are taking place now. We have another Cold War that has devastating possibilities for the future of the world. At a time when we should be moving towards a global commons of scholars and scholarship, we are seeing a fracturing taking place again. The next thing I should just mention is that we are seeing the impact of local and global social movements. And many of them are kind of long overdue. Many of them are having enormous bringing enormous pressures to bear on higher education and on society more generally. Then, and Professor Delray kind of mentioned this, just the changing boundary conditions for truth, the rise of anti-intellectualism, the growing distrust of experts. These are all parts of reality. By the way, these are fundamental to universities because that's the job of universities, to produce experts. So if we see an erosion of trust of experts, then that has enormous implications for universities. We are seeing great shifts in the labor markets. And of course, it's the new technology moment, and its implications for, not just for universities, but for society more generally. And of course, something that I'm really passionate about is we are seeing at last, some traction in terms of open sites, that we are seeing kind of a new environment kind of gradually emerging, which will have a huge set of implications for the way in which universities function. And more recently, and in particular, driven by this, what many see as an erosion in kind of liberal democracies in many parts of the world, we are seeing an increased locatedness of universities, a bigger conversation about universities being not just global institutions, but also being local institutions, and seeing how those, and understanding how those kind of fit with each other. Okay. So of course there are many other things that we have to take into account when we think about the role of university in society. There are many kinds of networks, right, at universities. The university associations are kinds of networks. We have provincial networks of universities. In South Africa, we have CHEC, Cape Consortium, Cape Higher Education Consortium. Highly functioning, very good, focuses mainly on efficiency issues. We have national networks like University of South Africa, Universities UK, the American Association of Universities. In the US, you have many of these associations. There's the American Public and Land Grant Universities, Association of Public and Land Grant Universities. And there are many others. Of course, each country has its own kind of association, its own sort of national network. And they work on policy, they work on advocacy, they do system-wide projects, they do system-to-system internationalization, they negotiate with the state, a whole range of functions that they play. And then we have regional networks like SARUA, the Southern African one. There's also the Inter-University Council for East Africa. There's also the Association of West African Universities, and so on. So just on our continent, we have these different regional associations. And their work is mainly on kind of regional integration and articulation, if you like, trying to get the different systems in those sub-regions, in those regions, to work with each other and to kind of share kind of common qualification systems and so on. And then, of course, there are the continental associations, like, for example, the AAU, right, the Association of African Universities. And then finally, of course, there are the global institutions, like global networks, like the International Association of Universities. And each of these has roles to play. The one thing we have to say is that we are hopeless at articulation between these different levels. We don't see any articulation, really. You know, we see much more sort of collaboration between, say, between USAF and Universities UK, or USAF and you know, the AAU in the US, but there's very little going on within our continent, for example, in building some sort of nesting between these different university networks. Then there's a second kind of networks, right, which are the geopolitical ones. There's the BRICS Network University, born out of the BRICS protocols, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. There's the IPSA kind of academic forum, India, Brazil, South Africa academic forum. There's the Association of Commonwealth Universities. That, I don't know how much that is a kind of a geopolitical network, but it has its roots in geopolitics at least. I guess the AAUN is also something like that. Right? So there are these geopolitical networks, and they are very dependent very often. The AAUN is different, I think, but the others are very dependent on state coordination. So, they're often, by the way, I mean, especially the BRICS network universities and IPSA to some extent, are very kind of often sites of geopolitical contestation. I have to be honest with you, I don't find them very useful. I think they are. I should stop there. From my point of view, the most successful of these kind of multinational collaborations and networks, at least, are the binational networks. I mean, the ones that are supported by the governments, but also supported by kind of funding that's available and so on. So SAJU is one of them, South Africa-Japan University Forum. I think that it's been an absolute pleasure working with SAJU. The other one is the South Africa-Sweden University Forum. Again, very functional, works well, does good work, and so on. The SAJU one, thanks to Aldo, who got a study done, had 4,000 publications in the period between, well, in a 4-year period, I should say, leading up to 2021. It's just an indication that if you imagine something, put people together who can work together, put funding on the table, then things begin to work. Then, of course, there are these research and teaching networks, and I'm just going to talk to 2 of them. There are many of them, by the way. One of them that I want to talk about is a Rockefeller Foundation-funded program that ran for several years. It was called the Africa Center for Crop Improvement, and it was based at UKZN some years ago, but it was truly a continental effort and produced hundreds of crop scientists across the continent. Exceptional program. And it worked well. Huge amounts of collaboration. So. Then just going back to COVID-19, to the pandemic, the Solidarity Trial projects gave rise to a series of networks, if you like, around drug trials and so on. So those kinds of networks, there are many of them, can be very successful. So the question is then, what can we, from all of this, what can we kind of gather, if you like? And I'll just run through a few points in the 6 minutes I have. First of all, I think we have to say that, that universities cannot be disengaged from the grand challenges that are facing humanity. This is not about an instrumentalist imagination for universities. It's not about saying universities need to go and, kind of build dams or break down dams, I should say, or whatever. This is not about that. This is about saying that universities do have to engage in the intellectual projects required for humanity to deal with these grand challenges. It is about universities being social institutions. The thing is that universities can't do this by themselves because these challenges are all local and global in scale. It has to be dealt with, they have to be dealt with through international networks. The second point I'd like to make is that university networks must strengthen the role of universities as bridges between societies and bridges within societies. That universities have to kind of really be provided with this opportunity of, John Hearn's kind of metaphor of ships being, universities being big ships with big anchors is so appropriate. Networks provide the basis for universities to participate at other levels, if you like. Universities have to begin to formulate, university networks have to formulate the activities on open science principles. Part of that is the idea of creating platforms for research infrastructure sharing. It's just not possible for institutions across the world and on our continent in particular, it's just not possible to have all the equipment that's necessary for particular kinds of work and so on. So the idea of creating networks that provide for the creation of research infrastructure platforms. The third point I'd like to make is that university networks must involve students. They cannot be pure research. They have to involve students. The fourth one I'd like to raise is just this idea that university networks provide the basis for universities to kind of elevate themselves out of the kind of the siloed structures, if you like. Simply because they provide the basis for scholars from different institutions working on problems that kind of provide the, that require an integrated approach rather than reductionist approaches and so on. So this idea of networks being the platform for new kinds of exploration of integrated knowledge production. As I mentioned earlier, networks have to articulate horizontally and vertically. That it's not just about, so let me just take a second to say that, if we are talking about kind of the, mitigation challenges with regard to climate change, at the end of the day, those activities have to be dealt with at community level. So universities have to articulate with communities in the same way that they articulate with industry and so on, to deal with those problems. So it's horizontal articulation and vertical articulation. It seems to me that there's that one of the things that we have to think about is more kind of sustainable ways of funding our research networks. Now, there are two kinds of funding that are required. The one is funding for the core activities of universities and the networks. So it's research and teaching. There's a second kind of funding that's required, and that is funding for the maintenance of the networks themselves. That it's not enough just to have money there for the research projects, but that there needs to be the infrastructure for networks to be pursued. Okay, I'm going to take a couple of points just to drop them, and then just to go on to say that one of the things that we have to come to grips with is just this idea that networks by definition are complex, right? They are based on forms of social organization across cultures and across economies and political traditions. So it's something that we have to just keep in mind when we create these networks, and that is that they have the potential to be hugely complex, and that we have to find ways of kind of mitigating against the adverse effects of complex systems leading to chaos, if you like. And I think one of the ways of doing that is by ensuring that you have a strong center. So it takes us back to this idea of funding, if you like, for the maintenance of networks. And I think one of the things that we have to think about is this idea of networking the networks that, that is so important at this conference, that it's also about bringing cohesion across what is already a deeply fragmented kind of world out there, even amongst the networks themselves. So it's trying to understand how to bring those networks together into a kind of, to address these big challenges. So with that, I'm going to say thank you very much, and I hope that was useful to you.
Thank you very much, Professor Bauer. You were well timed also, 20 minutes precisely. And I think you've given us much to debate later in the day, particularly raising some strong language about what's hopeless and what's not hopeless. So I think there's much to be discussed later in our conversation. But without further ado, I'd now like to invite our next speaker. And in inviting him, he corrected me by saying that he is not Dr. Francis Halle, but I responded by saying I'm old enough and wise enough, hopefully, to see the doctorate in his future. So I'm simply anticipating your future. And I'm sure the University of Pretoria would welcome you as a doctoral student. So we look forward to your thoughts.
Prof. Dilare, thank you. I surrender my faith to you and Prof. Swanapu. And it's not the first time this has happened, so I'll take it as a challenge. And all protocol observed. I come from a network, and I want to shift a bit from what I had prepared, because your opening sort of made me realize I need to unpack why we are FANAPAN and we are a network and a policy network. Yeah, so I'll tell a short story. Back in 1994, in Harare, the capital city of Zimbabwe, ministers of agriculture from the Eastern and Southern Africa were meeting, and they had a conference at the Crown Plaza Hotel. And also at that hotel was a meeting of the deans of agriculture from universities in Southern Africa. Separate thing. But the gentlemen from these two events met in the bathroom. Wonderful place to meet. And one of the ministers who was talking to the other minister then said, listen, we are here discussing policies and all that to improve agriculture for East and Southern Africa. And we are sharing amongst ourselves what we know and what we consume every day. This is a classic case of sharing ignorance, because we don't have anyone outside of our circles coming to say, listen, we also have this view. And the other gentleman who was attending to his business there, from the universities now, the deans of agriculture, then said, it's funny you say this. We are also meeting here, and we are discussing about these things. We are deans of agriculture in the top universities in our countries. But whatever we discuss, there's no way of filtering to you. And these ministers pulled that gentleman, is Professor Mandoa Mbarukuni, he's a Zimbabwean, pulled him to the minister's room and made a challenge. So the communique for that meeting called for the formation of an autonomous network. That would not be government, to allow for that independent view and autonomous view, to then do policy analysis to inform food, agriculture, and natural resources policies. So that when our government ministers, when our parliamentarians are meeting, they don't share ignorance or whatever it is they are comfortable to share. There is someone who comes and says, hang on, there is this other view. So the name FANAPAN is basically food, agriculture, natural resources, policy analysis network. So with that, the response then came from those deans of agriculture who were attending. And 8 of the universities came up and answered to that call. And one of those universities is University of Pretoria. And the structure of the network is such that the board of governance has universities represented. That science still has to come. And I'm glad to say one of those universities, University of Pretoria, has forwarded for the last 4 years, if I'm not mistaken, Prof, 5 years, a board member who happens to be Prof Swanapo. So my board member is here. And like the introduction where someone said they will have someone to check, Dr. Strobel, I have my board member checking if I'm a good representative of my CEO who is not here today, right? So from a structure perspective, to now answer to this, FANAPAN is a network which is represented across the African countries, and it's not part of government. It is an autonomous body. I'll give the example of one country, South Africa. I sit in the regional secretariat, which is hosted here by the government of South Africa as an international organization with full diplomatic status. But in country, we have an institution that was selected because of its nature, because of its ability to deal with stakeholders, and that's the National Agricultural Marketing Council. So it serves as the secretariat around which different stakeholders converge. So researchers, universities, independent institutions, the NRF, farmers, the media, anyone who eats, anyone who has food as part of their curriculum in life is a member. So they converge around the National Agricultural Marketing Council and form what we call a national policy node. And they then have a steering committee with a chairperson. That committee, supported by the secretarial function of NAMC, then sets the agenda. Let's assume the South African government presents the annual budget. The agenda may be set by the committee that let's review, like this last one that was presented. The agenda was let us review and look at a couple of things. Number one, how much has been allocated to agriculture? Of that allocation, does it meet the commitments that have been made by South Africa to continental and global frameworks? For instance, Africa is guided by the Continental African Agricultural Development Program, CADIP, and there is a 10% commitment by governments to be allocated to agriculture. So if you do quick arithmetic of what's been allocated to agriculture in South Africa, you can tell that government has met the 10% target, or it has not. Then the dialogue begins. And as FANAPAN, at national level, our role is to then convene a platform. Let's critique the budget. Are there good reasons why it's not 10%? If it is 10%, what would be the likely disaggregation of that budget to attend to the different other commitments, investment from the private sector, investment in women, investment in youth? What is the component for research in there? So all those things become the agenda that is happening. Now visualize this happening across the different African countries. There are issues that are going to emerge that are South Africa specific or country specific, but there are issues that are going to cut across, let's say the SADC region, 16 countries. Those issues then are brought up and we synthesize those into a regional position. Where we were dealing with the government of South Africa and taking commitments or resolutions coming out of that national engagement and giving to the Minister of Agriculture or Environment and that. At the regional level, we are now going to the regional government, which is SADC. And we are now going to say, SADC, these are the commitments that you have. These are the common issues that are coming across from all the 16 countries. Yes, the others they are dealing with at national level, but at a regional level, this is what we need to attend to. Because SADC also has a plan for the region. And if that plan is not being informed by outsiders who are critiquing things that are in that plan, then we are sailing blind and we are going into the dark very quickly, going nowhere. So given that structure, as FANAPAN, we are loose. We then rely on the University of Pretoria having a study that they've done, and there is a report. That's if we come across it. That's if we get to know about it. because there are CSOs that are doing some applied research and their findings, they have things that they know. But the researchers, such as universities, for instance, have been a challenge for us to bring to the table so that the science that you have is available. Let me preamble this by saying the culture of using evidence is not what we do every day in the policy making end. At a government level, our fishing pond for the people who form cabinet is the parliamentarians who make it to parliament. And in most cases, they are not our best foot forward. They are not the ones sitting around here. They don't do the things that you do, the wonderful research and the bringing out of insights. African politics, I always say, calls for a different characteristic from the one that you guys have. And the ones who make it will not have this suddenly, but they end up sitting in cabinet. I'm not saying all cabinet ministers lack it, but someone sitting in a critical ministry like agriculture, food, and might not have it. And in most cases across Africa, they don't have it. How do we then handhold this end, which is doing the science, which is doing the research, which is the evidence, which is the knowledge, which is the insights, to support that minister who has suddenly found himself there because he was courageous enough to sloganeer and drive his party to be the governing party in their country. So as a network, we do believe we then bring in an interface where we create a platform, we bring you, and we bring the politician and we say, can we discuss? That's a beginning. But institutionalizing that use of evidence, use of data, is something that is a long and arduous journey. So, for FANAPAN, there are three things that specifically were called for. The first one was, let us do policy research and analysis, and in a collaborative fashion. That collaborative fashion means amongst ourselves as Africans, because if we want to look at climate change, we'll go to IPCC, we'll go to foreign database, we'll get more information about HIV and AIDS across our countries from a foreign database. We'll know about our food security more from a foreign database than an African or national database in Africa. So let's build African capacity to do that. And the first is the networks that are here being talked about on the continent, and we get to do that ourselves, and we tell an African story in terms of the evidence. The second thing that was called for in the call for the autonomous body was to build the capacity. There was an acknowledgement that capacity is lacking at the individual level and at institutional level. So as FANAPAN, we participate. We can't be the only ones doing this. Whilst universities are building the future in terms of skilled scientists, the bench strength, we are also looking at the policymaker end. How do we bring the policymaker end? By training, capacitating, and also hand-holding them with the trained components so that they walk that path. And the third was to increase debate. And we do that by convening platforms. Every time we convene a platform, it is always anchored by a scientist who is doing that, whether they are a social scientist or hard sciences, but they must come and share the evidence for the benefit of those people who are making policies, who are making decisions. Now, having defined that a gap between the policy making in terms of what they need but don't have, and the science end, I'll share two examples of very simplified way of interfacing. And the first is our GCRF, the Global Challenge Research Fund project, which we call Africa. This was a 4-year project implemented in 4 countries, and it had characteristics of North-South collaboration and South-South collaboration. So to do this, we had to go to the local level in Malawi, in South Africa, in Zambia, in Tanzania, and bring in a policymaker, be they at a rural district council, provincial and national, and bring them into that project to form a project core team. We had scientists from Southern Africa, from universities across the 4 countries that I've mentioned. We had university professors, scientists from University of Leeds, Chatham House, policy people. All of them formed a team. And we learned from that the stresses that come from a North-South relationship and benefited immensely from it. As FANAPAN, we have extracted a model of how next to convene or charter a project, which is a North-South relationship, because we benefited from our Leeds university partners engaging with the South African, African partners. We also benefited from just the local African, interactions. And then we had our policymakers benefiting from this. And the legacy out of that project is the integrated future estimator of emissions and diets, which is a tool that is now available, and that tool benefits from this network of people. I can safely say, as African teams, we probably would have done something, but it would lack the experience that our colleagues brought from up north. And as South Africans, if we had done this alone, we would have lacked the experience that comes across from the other countries. Just in short, what we call rural in South Africa here is very urban in Malawi. And when you define those things and then benefit from that experience, your tool is more incisive, your tool is more instructive, and it's more useful. The second one is FSNet. I saw Dr. Mkandawire somewhere there. FANAPAN is an integral part of FSNet, which is the Food Systems Research Network for Africa. This one is looking at developing the capacity of early career researchers, postdocs. Each one, we have 20 postdocs who are in this program. Each one of these has 2 mentors. One is an African mentor who understands Africa, the challenges of Africa. The other one is a European mentor. So they are not going to University of Cornell and getting to be studying there and coming back accomplished. They have done this. They are exposed to what the West can bring. They are also exposed to the grounding of a local expert who knows Africa, and they have a balanced view. Each of those is also attached to FANAPAN. In the country where they operate, they are attached to the FANAPAN node so that they are able to integrate directly with the stakeholder. So if you are in Malawi and you are doing some work that has anything to do with food, agriculture, natural resources, to a certain extent health, you can go to the node and the node can take you to the minister or the director of agriculture or that relevant person that you need to talk to for information. It also helps you for your outputs to filter into the policy making. It's one thing to achieve a PhD. It's another to achieve one where you know my work has contributed to shaping policy in my country. So these particular 21s can safely look at their work feeding into influencing policy. There lies the benefit of the networking, having those 2 anchor African and European or Western mentors, and also a network that then brings them into the world of practice with the policymakers at home. Then I will go to our FANAPAN, our approach, the things that we think are important. We are currently developing our 2024 to 2030 strategy. In the current one that we are coming out of, we are focusing on 2 things, which is climate change as an evil challenge for Africa, and nutrition, the need for us to have agriculture deliver positively to nutrition outcomes. So those were the sort of 2 focus areas. As we move now, we are asking ourselves the question, away from that thematic focus, how do we entrench the use of evidence? How do we make it a habit? How do we make it an approach? Politicians, cabinet ministers, policymakers in organizations age and move on, and new ones come in. how do we ensure that anyone who has been entrusted with a position of authority where they are going to make policy, implement, influence it, affect it, realize they have to do this on the back of policy and not just decide because they woke up on this side of the bed, where people question themselves and say, what is informing my decision here? How sustainable is this decision that I'm taking now? Does the evidence support what I'm doing? So that's the next, I think, aspect that we are now integrating away from the thematic focus of what are the challenges in Africa. The other is to build behavior change. The other is to build that ability to use evidence. In my last call, I would then say that evidence resides somewhere, and it resides with scientists, people who are doing research. It's to create that coming together of those people that have a love for your outputs to work, come to the network where people who are blind and groping in the dark need the light that you generate with your research. I will be available to share a lot more, but I can stop for now. I know it's 20 minutes, but it's okay. Thank you.
Well, we've heard a university perspective, and then that has been followed by the perspective from a network that had a beginning born out of synchronicity in a hotel in Zimbabwe and developed organically to have an impact. So thank you for sharing that journey with us and looking forward to the strategic priorities for Whanapan going forward. I'm now really pleased to have the opportunity to welcome as a speaker, Dr. Thembekazi Mali, who is the Senior Vice President at Sasol, one of South Africa's industries, very large industries, who will offer us a multi-sectoral perspective on networking the networks. Welcome.
Good morning, and again, thanks for the invite. This is a great opportunity. And I think maybe what I'm going to share with you is actually how the way we work and practical examples of our networks. So research and development and innovation, has 5 pillars in our view, which are the enablers, and which is why we think Sasol has to, we use to lead this energy transition in South Africa. So we have intervention and innovation, demonstrating and commercialization of technology, research to inform policy, and partnerships and collaboration, and also leveraging government funding, and also working together with industry to further have funding to innovate. So our research mandate as Sasol Technology and Research is to provide fundamental knowledge, leveraging the skills and expertise that we have within our research and technology division for us to pilot new technologies to sustain our existing business. And also we then have to enable the future because the existing business has to fund the future. So what we'll do then, we use the best technologies, best-in-class technologies for Sasol to fundamentally change and repurpose itself. And also we then enable, use these technologies to integrate into the existing facilities, to integrate to then fundamentally change the way we operate. We also leverage different skill sets within our technology to fund and produce chemicals for our chemicals business. And we are also the custodians of the science postgrad program in chemical engineering and also the scientist pipeline within the organization. And within the research and technology function, we have 4 portfolios where we have like the scientists, which basically the scientists which are providing fundamental science in maintaining our business. We have the engineering research. Engineering research is actually the engineers who actually look into the different flow sheets and conduct all the projects, provide the specialization in engineering. And we have a dedicated team now, which basically look at future technologies, because we not only want to keep our existing facilities functional, then we have to look at the future technologies that we have to use to fundamentally change the way we actually operate. And then we have well, I guess we call it a pilot facility. Well, people might think, I mean, we call it pilot, but it's quite a big scale operations that we have, where we try and demonstrate all these technologies that we have and integrate them in our pilot facilities to then use in the commercial plants that we have. We roughly have 100 scientists and engineers within the research and technology function. And we have the technology management group. And these are the people who actually take whatever technologies that we can apply into the plant and try and put them in a business model so that the plant can actually understand what are the challenges and what are we solving for in that function. So the way we work, I mean, we work with different institutions. And firstly, maybe this is an example of how we work. We work in consortia. And this program is actually a consortium, which is basically us, foreign institutions. So in this partnership, we are actually producing sustainable aviation fuel. So each of the consortium partners has some work to do. And we at our research, facility, we are producing a catalyst, and this catalyst is very selective for sustainable aviation fuel. So, and this is a program which is actually funded by the German government. So it is basically, the network here is actually so vast. So it's a South African industry partner, have University of Cape Town, we have 2 German institutions, and also have one, like a Dutch company. So it is like a huge consortium, and this is just how big the network is. And how we work also, we have university collaborations, and this is what the partnership that we actually have with the NRF. So with the NRF, we fund universities, and we have grant funding with researchers, industrial postdocs, and also international just other international collaborations. So this is also a network that we have just then opened up with the NRF, because now we have done a few calls, which I'm probably going to go through later to just show how that partnership actually works. And then as an organization, we then, for research that is actually directed to our, has a close funding, a close direct relationship to the way that we want to work, where we want to actually own the IP. We then go out and do contract research at the different universities. And we also then have our own postgraduate bursary scheme, which is where then we also generate knowledge and also generate skills and capacity, where, maybe we then have the opportunity to absorb their postgrads, but sometimes we don't. So we then say, this then go out, we build capacity for the country, which is because we cannot absorb all the skills that we actually build in the postgraduate program that we have. So the NRF and ourselves, we have now, up to date, we have had a couple of funding calls where we actually granted 26 projects. So these projects are basically on topics that we think are for the energy transition. So you have topics like energy modeling, energy storage, green hydrogen, and because we want to, as Sasol, want to lead this energy transition, we also then had another call where we then appointed researchers in the topics that we think are important, not only to us, but also to the country. And within these research chairs, we're also going to grow students, and so to build the capacity in these crucial areas that we think the country does lack, like green hydrogen and also energy modeling systems. And then we also just recently then have awarded 6 postdoctoral fellows. And these are just postdoctoral for innovation. So with the postdoc, so the postdoc program is such that there will be university work, but they can, then the postdoc would also spend time within our facilities to actually then do some, and get commercial exposure in a sense. And our future call, what we're probably going to be, is looking at young academic support. So I think maybe, well, maybe, I mean, I think we all know, most of the academics, the academia is like old and aging, so we want to get new people into the system, and that is what we want to do with that young our future call. And okay, what have I done now? Okay, so this is basically the value chain of the hydrogen space, and because this value chain is so vast and so huge, I don't think anybody can do it alone. And for instance, we as a company think that we will not be fundamentally researching any of the different components, but we would like to know how things work. So in this instance, what we're going to be doing is join an open innovation platform. An open innovation platform is basically where different companies who want to know how certain things work together, and then these organizations will then drive innovation in their spaces. And we will then, in this instance, join one platform. One such platform is called the HydroHub program, which is based in the Netherlands. And within this program, we will have companies like us, ourselves, and a few electrolyzer companies where they actually have now these infrastructure, and we can then send people there to actually work and touch and feel and have experience in actually working with the different infrastructure and bring back the knowledge then within our facilities. And then when we then integrate some of these technologies, we have already had some prior knowledge and working with them. And I think that is what I'd like to share with you. Thank you very much.
I'd like to invite our other 2 panelists back up front. Professor Bauer, Francis Halle, please come and join us. We've had the opportunity to listen to 3 very different perspectives on networking the networks, and the most recent one, perspective from industry, but also expanding our thinking as to the role of universities, the role of organizations like the National Research Foundation, and setting up an opportunity for a different kind of openness. Open innovation platform was the concept that Dr. Mali introduced us to. Now, without further ado, because time is running out before we have a break for morning tea or coffee, I'd like to invite you, members of the audience, to pose any questions or make any comments, but particularly focused on questions for our panelists who have shared their wisdom, but also been quite thought-provoking. So may I ask that you keep your comments quite brief in the interests of giving many people an opportunity, but if you could start off by simply saying your name, and if you belong to a network, say what that is, and then I'll hand over. I'll take a few questions. Let me start off with 3 and then turn to the panelists and see how we go. So I invite your questions or comments. Please go ahead. We do have a microphone and...
Thank you. My name's Ed Gerstner. I'm from Springer Nature. And my question is your question, Francis. How do we entrench the use of evidence in policy? How do we?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I've made a note of that. Francis, you have an opportunity to reflect, but I'll also invite our other panelists to comment on that question. Anybody else? John? Sorry, please say your name, your network.
John Hearn, Australia Africa Universities Network. I just would like, with this particular talent, to hear a little more about the smooth ways of industry university partnerships or even network partnerships.
Thank you. And a final one right at the back.
Thank you. My name is Siraka Kisimana from the network called Young African Researchers in Agriculture, Yara. Actually, I've got a question to you, Madam Chair.
Certainly. Not sure I'll have an answer, but I'll give it a go.
Yes, on one of the points that you raised around power asymmetry, and I'm picking up on that point because one of the biggest challenges in academia, especially for young scholars, is those power relations between the so-called the senior or seasoned academics and the emerging young scholars. And those kind of power relations can be very damaging. In effect, can in a way suffocate or negatively affect the growth of the young scholars. Especially in the African continent is a huge, big challenge, not only in academia, but also to make places in the policy sphere and make those kind of voices from the young scholars, young emerging scholars coming through. So in your experience, how do we start dealing with those power asymmetry, especially to make space for those ones that are found themselves extremely challenging to penetrate through those kind of fortified places? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have three, and I'll answer your question since I have the privilege of being the moderator last and hand over to the panelists first. So, Francis, perhaps you would like to comment on the first one, which is the how of entrenching evidence into policy making, which you in fact shared with us as one of the biggest challenges that we face.
Thank you. I will do a PhD on it.
Good.
But anyway.
University of Pretoria, sign him up.
Yeah. I will not profess to know, but just share things that I have experienced in the life that I have lived and seen them to work. The first thing is evidence exists in the format that you generate in. And if you are talking to your colleagues as scientists, you also speak scientist. And the policymakers, on the other hand, like I said, don't speak scientists, don't read scientific literature the way that you package it. Yeah. So the first thing that I've seen is, can you bring down scientific evidence, scientific research findings to the layman, to me? A policy advisory note extracted from a 60-page report. I know that gentlemen and ladies in here can read a 600-page book and not think that it's like the Bible. But a policymaker, if it's not gonna be in the first 20 minutes before they start dozing off as bedside reading, it's not gonna work. Mm-hmm. So reduce the evidence that you have into the things that you want me to take. Maybe don't prescribe for me what I must do, but the options. so that the prerogative of decision making remains with the policymaker. But I do not want to know the methodology, all those things. I don't need to know that. I want an advisory note which says, on this issue, the findings point to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then I can digest and say, I'll pick number 3, or blend 3 and 4 and move on. That's the first thing. Repackage evidence to be palatable to your target. Now I've used the example of a policymaker. But if you also want to talk to head of CSOs, they have a lot of money that's coming in through funding, and they are impacting on communities with their projects. The way they craft those projects needs to be informed by evidence so that whatever intervention they prescribe is going to work for Africa. There are NGOs where you go and you see that they are doing a lot of nonsense and wasting money because they don't have evidence, because the evidence exists in that format that I said. The second one is capacity strengthening. If we do know that the Pan-African Parliament is sitting in Pretoria here, and we have this gem that we have just come up with from research, let us package it, let us ask for a session, let us go and have all those parliamentarians who then go back to their countries carrying this. And if we do it once and it's successful, let's then calendar it and make it something that we continuously do, because parliamentarians change. Then the third is the university or researcher must integrate with community, which is what I had in one of the presentations. How do I see this? Africa agriculture right now is being measured using the biennial review process. And that thing, every 2 years, there is a report. It started, the first report in 2019, second report in 2021. We have had the third report. Africa's progress is dismal. If it's a scorecard, it's the West. Each country has a score against 40 plus something performance categories. And there is a lot of gap for the guy who is looking after environment, for the minister who is looking at food and nutrition security, for whoever is looking at water and the impact of climate change. You know, there are a lot of categories, 40 plus. In fact, now it's approaching 60. So in setting up your research agenda, be they for master's or PhD, can you set it up based on the gap that I had when the results came? Every minister of agriculture shamed their presidents because they performed dismally. If you find it necessary to set a research agenda based on what is needed by a policymaker, that policymaker is going to wait in anticipation for your output. That's number one. Once they find a solution that helps them improve, they are going to respect evidence. So there are two things. We work with the existing evidence, let's package it for it to be palatable, but let's also set the agenda for researching on things that are needed. Then, you know, these are not all the things that we need to do. It's just from my experience, the life that I have lived, but I hope it helps.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Mali, the question was about how, any ideas for smoothing industry-university partnerships?
Yeah, I think what we find that works is trying to direct and just make sure that you limit the scope, because we're not saying that, I mean, for instance, we at Sasol, we're not funding, we don't want to fund Blue Sky. We think that it is not something we're interested in, but we want to find application. So we limit the scope to work that is applicable to us. So we will have topics and we say, we're interested in this topic. And then if we have universities who are specialists in a certain topic, then we engage them and we set agendas and we ask for outcomes. And one of the main outcomes is not only the knowledge, but also we need to have a pipeline. So we have to grow the skills. So if we agree on those, and of course, I mean, it costs money. So first we agree on the funding, and we also agree on the scope and the outcomes, and then we keep each other honest.
Thank you. Professor Bauer, comments to the university sector about making knowledge useful, about translating science into useful knowledge that policymakers and industry can use. Are universities up to the challenge?
Yeah, I think this is a really critical point. Because I think that when we talk about the slide into anti-intellectualism, distrust in experts and so on, the discourse is very much, there's something happening in the world, it's postmodernism or the lack of kind of a meta-narrative, the breakdown of the idea of a meta-narrative. And so that's one way of interpreting. There's something else, of course. The other side, of course, is exactly what has been said, which is this need for scientists and for young scientists who are becoming experts to understand that it's really important for them to grapple with the use value of the knowledge that they're producing, rather than seeing the knowledge as being of transactional value. I'm getting a PhD to get a job. So that's something that's really lacking, certainly in the South African case, where we just don't have enough, it seems to me, of this drive to provide, even at undergraduate level, the opportunity for students to engage with the use value of knowledge, I think. And then, of course, the whole issue of engagement seems to me to be critical. That it's not just about, doing the research. It's about understanding what language to use and how to package the knowledge and so on when you're speaking to other audiences. So I think that there's a lot, to gather from what has just been said, I think.
Well, thank you. And if I may respond to the question that was addressed to me about how is asymmetries within our institutions, where senior academics ostensibly hold the hierarchies of power, and the emerging young scholars have to grapple with those hierarchies of power. I think what I would like to say is that there's a lesson to be learned from at least the first decades of this century. And the lesson for me is thinking about which have been the most powerful disruptors in our lives on a daily basis. And the most powerful disruption has actually come from inventions of people under the age of 23. And many of those people left universities. They had enrolled in our courses, but then decided that the innovation pathway they were pursuing was not, in fact, to be found within the halls of our hallowed institutions, because therein there are too many restrictions. So for me, what it speaks to is the need for thinking and rethinking our organizational cultures within our institutions if we want to be truly transformative and innovative. The new thinking, if we think about the impact of machine learning, AI, the device that we all carry around, came from people, often individuals registered as students, many of whom left because they found these restrictions. If there's anything else that should give us a wake-up call about our institutions, it's that. So definitely organizational change. It is challenging, and I'll say I speak from personal experience, coming from the African sector, African university sector. I now work in a sector which is much more flat in its organizational culture. So, for example, I keep now reminding myself to use titles because I now live in an environment where nobody is talked about by reference to a title. Everybody, we use your first name, and you have, or we try to make sure you have an equal opportunity to speak and share your thinking. It's a very powerful motivator for me to think about change in the way I've become accustomed to leading an institution. And I think looking inside ourselves is important if we're truly committed to the transformational change that I think has brought us together during the course of this week. What does open science mean within the institutions, and how does it shift the hierarchies and bring us to the horizontal integration that Professor Bauer spoke about earlier. We have about 5 minutes left. I'd like to take one, maybe two. Yes, please. And then I'll turn to the panel members, and even if there's no specific question, just perhaps a soundbite or two by way of concluding this first session. Yeah.
Is it on? Okay. Okay.
I've got two people, so yeah.
Shall I start?
Yes, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much.
If you can start with your name.
Thank you very much. My name is Tiamo Mutsekwa, and I represent the African Open Science Platform. I thoroughly enjoyed the interventions by the panelists there. And it seems to me that the issue of universities and the ecosystems that we need to build, acknowledging obviously the central role that universities play, is quite critical. And what we need to do to create those ecosystems. And I think this rings very well with the last presentation, what Sasol is trying to do. And the question is this: at a policy level, what can governments do to facilitate, especially in the African context, developing and nurturing those ecosystems around universities, to create the necessary conditions for universities to collide in a meaningful manner with industry, notwithstanding that most of the industry here in Africa for a very, very long period of time hasn't been pulling their weight into the development of the students that we know we need to produce. Thank you.
Thank you. And question on the side or comment?
Hi, good morning. I'm Teboho Moja, and I'm sitting today in the capacity of being a panel advisor for the Science Granting Council's initiative. And thank you all for your contributions, thought-provoking, stimulating, giving us food for thought. My question is actually directed to Ahmed. Ahmed, I was struck by the fact that you shared that the global north is kind of fatigued on doing research related to the SDGs. And knowing how important that development agenda is, I'm wondering what your thoughts are on using the networks to re-stimulate interest, because we are far from reaching those goals and others are already turning the other way. So how do we really use network as a stimulator to actually engage those researchers? We know they come with the resources, they're the ones who are better resourced. Their part of the world is part of what's causing the problem to some extent. So how can the global south be left on its own to really tackle a global development agenda? Thanks.
Thank you. And Ahmed, let me start with you and I'll end with Dr. Mali.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think, well, first of all, let me just say that it seems to me that one of the things that comes out of that Strings report that Sprue did was just the lack of cohesion and coherence in the funding regimes. So, funding patterns change all the time. And that, of course, shifts the kind of research agendas, if you like. So one of the points that was kind of came through was that there needs to be a conversation with governmental and non-governmental funding organizations about their commitment to this kind of research. But I think the critical thing from my point of view is that there does seem to me, at least, to be the opportunity for, especially for our continent, to begin to explore other networks different from the traditional global north networks, and to try and understand how those networks might shift the agenda. So, for example, when I was in Japan, there's a growing kind of consensus that while linkages with the West are still important, there's deep concern about the fact that the linkages with other parts of Asia and with Africa haven't been paid attention to. Now, the big question, of course, is not to fragment the world further, right? You don't want to do that. What you really want is to build a kind of a global commons kind of approach, if you like. But I think there is a need for us at least to begin to look at alternative nodes of network building in terms of the SDGs. And in particular because the interests are very common. I mean, especially if you look at, Latin America and certainly the large parts of Asia. The second point I'd like to just make on that is that I think that, in a sense, too often we've left the agenda setting to be done in the global north. I mean, so that's a second big point, I think. And when I turn back to that very brief kind of report on that Africa Crop Sciences project, which was funded by the Rockefeller Foundation, that was very indigenous to our continent. I mean, that, we developed that idea, and we took that idea to the Rockefeller Foundation. So it's also about, having the ideas, if you like, and presenting those ideas in ways that we can. And of course, it's got to do with capacity and all of that, but I think that's what we have to do.
Thank you. Yeah. Francis, any quick comments from yourself?
I think
sound bites would be helpful.
Yeah. FANAPAN is a network that definitely will benefit from the information that comes from research, and it's a platform that's available for scientists to come and work, and assistance is required with methods, tools, approaches to measuring the impact of networks. For instance, ours is a policy network. We don't count the number of students who have gone out, and policy checking can be done, but really, where do you determine return on investment of all the investments that we are making in terms of work that we are doing? We need help from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. Dr. Mali.
I think the time of working and developing in isolation is actually ended. Right now, we all need to come together, and I mean, there's no company that can actually do things by themselves. So hence, the big need for deep collaborations to grow and innovate, because we have global challenges. And to actually solve a global challenge, you cannot go by yourself. So we find like working in consortium, having universities where you actually grow the skills and the knowledge is very fundamental to any growth that you want to actually do.
Thank you. I'd like to ask and invite all our participants to join me in thanking our panelists for setting the scene as wonderfully as they have. It's now time to break for tea, and I wish to ask for your cooperation in returning promptly at noon, 12 o'clock, so we can set the scene for the second part of our agenda today. Thank you very much. Good morning once again and welcome back. May I invite our participants to please take a seat. Thank you for your cooperation, and thank you for joining us once again. So this morning we set the scene. The second session is focused on hearing from respective networks, and each of our speakers has quite a significant challenge, because as you see in the front here, we have a series of presentations, each one having been allocated 5 minutes. So quite tight timelines. In this session, may I invite our participants to please take notes, note any questions or discussion points, because after the lunch and later this afternoon, we'll have an opportunity for a much more interactive style of presentation. But for now, it's going to be a series of presentations, and I'd like to draw your attention to the information in the program. but particularly because I'm not going to jump up and down to introduce everyone, if I may introduce them serially now, and I'll just prompt them to come up and take their 5 minutes. So starting off, we have Professor John Hearn, who's the co-chairperson of the Australia Africa Universities Network. Welcome, John. Followed by a presentation from Dr. Seppo Hachingonta, the South Africa-Canada University Network. We're then going to turn to the Association of Commonwealth Universities, the ACU, where Dr. Tariro Masikume will be speaking for 5 minutes. We then have Professor Patrick Curran, who is the CIGAR Board Vice Chair, with many other roles, which I will draw your attention to. And then we have our final 2 speakers who will be talking or reporting on the theme, Networked Universities for the Public Good, a very important commitment that we all make on behalf of our respective institutions. And we'll hear from Sabrina Zisler, the Global Partnership Manager from the University of York, from WUN as it's commonly known. And then finally, Professor Steve Banworth, who is Dean of Global Development at the University of Leeds, will also talk from an experience of the same network. So we look forward to your short, sharp and focused inputs to inform our discussions after lunch, starting with yourself, John. Welcome.
Thank you, Cheryl. And it's a particular pleasure to be here because you were the co-chair for AUN, the original one with me. We had a great day on Monday, and we explored 3 frontiers in that day. One was increasing cross-sectoral partnerships. Secondly, integrating multidisciplinary research. And thirdly, promoting gender equity and diversity. And as in a network discussion, once you get people in the room and the energy takes over, you go way beyond expectations. And we went way beyond expectations, and it'll all be captured in a report and put on our websites and circulated along with the presentations. So we're very happy with that, and thanks to Franz and John for the fantastic organization. Do you know, coming out of these things, you get visions. And I have to say that I'm someone who has about 2 visions and ideas, big ideas, every day. And if I'm lucky, another couple at night. The problem with that is, that's all there, but if you've got lots of visions, lots of ambitions, and no resources, it's not going to work. So I think one has to plan so carefully to have the resources to make it happen. So coming out of the actions for this, certainly I think we show that we can be the instruments for experimentation for our large universities, but it has to be mainstreamed and planned into the systems. It can't be just some sort of external dabbling or it won't work. Secondly, the new models, the new products, and the accelerated careers, which is really important from networks, happen, but we can do more, I'm sure. And then I think my final comment is that having run several networks, they require active leadership, active management, and above all, active teamwork from all involved. It doesn't work if you have non-players and players. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Very efficient.
Thanks a lot, and good afternoon. Is my mic on? Let me try.
I can hear you, somebody.
I can speak loud enough, I think.
I think it's good now.
Are we good now?
Yeah, go for it.
Thank you. Yeah, it's technology. As introduced, I'm Seppo Hachingonta from the National Research Foundation. National Research Foundation, we're a public funder, so we both fund. We also support, we do conduct research as well. No, my mic is not working.
Yeah, if you talk louder, they'll pick you up.
Can you? Okay, now we are good. I'll start again. I was saying I'm Sepa Chigonta. I work for the National Research Foundation, public funder. We conduct research. We also grant research, human capital development, communicate research, as well as to some extent do the policy advisory component that was discussed earlier in the morning. And just to start with, to showcase the value of partnership networks as the morning session was going on, looking at the panelists that were there. Francis, in my past, I worked for Fanapan. We used to call it the frying pan there, frying pan for policymakers. And as part of the many things we did for influencing policy was theater, for instance, one of the tools, theater for policy, evidence-based policy. Tembakazi, NRF, we are closely working with SASO at the moment as one of the innovative ways to expand our networking and our programming. If you look at the title that we're supposed to speak on today, it speaks of diversity, it speaks of innovation, and it speaks of impact. When you speak of impact, you need to look beyond the knowledge system. You need to look at other sectors and the role that they are playing within the bigger scheme. Within the NRF as well, we view university networks as very critical in terms of the knowledge systems, as well as both the research and the human capital development. And we provide that platform for networks to be successful, to be much more efficient, and as well to look at how they can be much more impactful from the lens of a funder. I won't speak specifically on one network. My talk today is more anchored on the discussions we had yesterday as well. We had a similar session where we're looking at the type of approaches that can enhance university networks, basically looking at bilateral networks, like networks from South Africa versus other bilateral like Canada that you just mentioned now, and other networks linked to that. And from that conversation, there was quite some detailed conversations that we had, looking at both the challenges that are there and as well as ways in which we can enhance those types of networking with the lens of both diversity, with the lens of impact. 5 things I'll mention that came out strong, and actually I was told to report on them from yesterday. The first one was to just be cognizant that there are so many shapes and forms of networks. We need to be cognizant of that. And if you look at the institutions as well, whether we're looking at a national level, regional level, or global level, there's a lot of differentiation in these different institutions. And there was a comment that was raised earlier on with regards to the power dynamics linked to that. And the instance as well with that now, it speaks to, when you speak of a network, how do you create networks that looks at both encouraging that diversity and the mutuality of that network, not just looking at the resource component of it, but the value add of the different stakeholders that come into the network. The first point that came from yesterday that was very key, especially from the South African perspective, the challenge was the many networks, there's no overarching frameworks or general frameworks that guide these networks. The formulation, of course, they can be top-down or bottom-up, but there's no guiding frameworks that speak to these networks. So a solution was the need to come up with frameworks for some of the networks, especially those networks that are supported through the Department of Science and Innovation, our Ministry of Higher Education, and the National Research Foundation, and other government entities. Second point was related to the need for governance structures. We noted that there are some networks that have got very good governance structures, but there's many others without governance structure. So the need of coming up with these very strong governance structure just to guide the processes of effective networks. The second one was linked to sustainability of these networks. In most instances, you find that there are networks, but there's no seed funding from the national perspective to make these networks efficient, especially if they're partnering with the global north or within the continent. So the need of provision of seed funding, especially from funding agency perspective or government perspective, to ensure that those networks are sustainable, whether there is projects from outside, from the global north or not, they are able to sustain themselves going forward. The last 2 points speaks of the need for diversity. So trying to, if you're looking at a funder or government, trying to create platforms that encourage diversity especially if you look at the South African perspective, where we are aware of the differentiation of universities. We are not forcing relationships, but we are creating an environment that encourages both well research performing universities and those ones that are coming to work collectively together to achieve the targets that you've set. Good examples as well were provided with regards to the need for targeted approaches and monitoring of these networks. If you don't have targets, you don't have a vision, you don't have a goal, it's very unlikely that you achieve. So being very intentful with regards to the goals of the network and what you want to achieve at the end of the day and how it can be measured, and the reporting are linked to that. And the last part, the need for Africa focus as well. We always think of networks as global north, global south, but there were examples like today and yesterday where there are these networks that look at the global south networking and how that can be used as well as part of the drivers to effectively drive the innovation pipelines. The last point is where I started. When you speak of networks, it's not just academic. We need to look at these innovations with linked to industry academic partnerships. And I'm glad that Mbikazi was able to share some of the innovation that we're trying to put as well within the university system, where we're creating platforms that universities can work with the industry partners as part of that networking to achieve the impact that's needed at the end of the day. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Cheryl. Hopefully you can all hear me. Thank you for having me today. I think I want to take a slightly different approach and perhaps start off with a bit of an elevator pitch, because I feel slightly inclined to defend the role of the ACU and its utility after this morning's comments. But I think with the view or the lens of networking the networks, I wanted to sort of start off with a high-level view of the ACU, and then maybe look at you know, the sessions that we had on Monday and Tuesday, and then how that feeds into the process of actually building out networks that are useful, sustainable, and of course can have a legacy, I suppose is the point. So with regards to ACU, for those of you who don't know, I mean, many of you in this room will be members of the organisation, and some of you might be members and not even realise. And I think that this speaks to the need to really have a top-down approach, and also to have a bottom-up approach in terms of the way that we actually socialise the benefits of membership within the member institutions that are part of our network. The ACU was established in 1913, so we're the oldest organisation committed to you know, building a better world through higher education. So at the very core of our mission is impact. But what impact looks like on the ground is obviously going to vary depending on the context. And I think that that's what has really informed a lot of the work that we've done. And looking at ACU as an institution, we look at how we interface with people on a multilateral basis to be able to identify key themes and key drivers, but also relying on that rich wealth of expertise that sits within the organisation, not necessarily because of us, but because we are an aggregator of all of this knowledge. And so being able to identify subject matter experts. And one of the ways that we do that is through our communities and networks process. So we actually have 5 very buoyant networks that represent about 2,000 academics and professionals from within the university ecosystem. And they participate in some of these communities of practice or special interest groups around climate and resilience network. We also have a Commonwealth Peace and Reconciliation network, and we're actually running a summer school this year with Stellenbosch University, which is looking at truth and transitional justice. So I think that's very apropos for us to be flagging today. Additionally, we also have our HE and the SDGs network. I know that some people have SDG fatigue, but of course it's still very much front of the agenda, and of course how we actually realise the SDGs or the impact of the SDGs is going to be very different based on the context as well. And then of course we've also got the supporting research community. Now with the supporting research community, that's a very good example of how we've actually built together an equitable partnerships toolkit, which is what we spent Monday morning talking and workshopping on. I know some of the people in the room, I know that our colleagues from Perry Valley joined us, and some from Carleton arts and university as well. And it was really good just to be able to work with them and just look at the toolkit, because it was developed specifically to address some of the challenges that we've been discussing over the past few days around equity, around inclusion, and around being able to get a diversity of perspectives. And I think that just to go back to the kind of Commonwealth agenda, and I know that it's a slightly contentious question, the Commonwealth, and I'm of the persuasion that we should really be at the forefront of this discussion and take the bull by the horns, because there are legacies of colonialism, and we do need to address that in a really open way. And I think this is a really good opportunity now for us to be able to try and shape the agenda in a more equitable way as well. One of the things that I would say that about the Commonwealth, which is, in defense of the Commonwealth, I suppose, is that we are a vibrant and voluntary network of over 56 countries. And we have a very heterogeneous group of universities who are part of our community. And I think that that presents a really unique opportunity, because you do get the diversity of perspectives, but you also get common history, commonality of frameworks in terms of, social justice, in terms of, structures around law, legal frameworks and things like this. And I think that that's a really good opportunity. So to your point as well about frameworks, I think that's a great starting point for discourse around how we can actually look at the common problems, common challenges, and be able to come up with uncommon solutions to common problems. So just going back to the equitable toolkit, I just want to give some high-level views of that. It was developed to support the creation and advancement of fairer North-South partnerships, or in research partnerships in higher education. And it was actually developed in consultation with our members, and I think that that's really important as well, is to bring all of those perspectives to the table and understand what the contextual considerations are that perhaps we would have blind spots to. In addition to that, it builds on the growing body of guidelines and principles that call for increased equity in partnerships to date, but have not necessarily advanced in terms of praxis. In addition to that, it's developed a series of practical tools that can be used in order to be able to frame how we then develop partnerships going forward. And I will be able to give more information later. I'm conscious that I'm slightly going over time. So I will be in the exhibition space if anyone wants to talk about that with me later on. But just want to say, addressing yesterday's meeting, our regional committee meetings, another way that we also convene the sector is through our regional committee meetings, where we have sponsorship from our wonderful regional committees, colleagues, VCs from universities across the Commonwealth, to try and look at how we can synthesize the key challenges from their universities and then work together to find solutions. So great thanks to Cheryl for chairing that yesterday, and for Aldo for his insights as well on that. I know that Professor Villas-Kazi must be floating around somewhere, but I just want to also say thank you to him as well. But it's a great opportunity for us to start the conversation about how we can actually address these common challenges as well. Thank you.
Bonjour. Bonjour. I hope you can understand, you can hear me. Many thanks for inviting me. I would like to, I'm coming from CIRAD and the University of Montpellier. I would like to share with you the story of a child who is born yesterday. So as you can imagine, with a lot of emotion and time frame which is short, I may miss some part of it. But let me come back to the story. CIRAD and University of Montpellier have a long-standing partnership for 25 years with the University of Pretoria. And at some stage, 1 year, a bit more than 1 year ago, we thought we could design a baby together. And we just began thinking about which baby we could design together. And we focused on two pillars. One is food systems, and food systems are recognized and acknowledged today at the heart of sustainable development because of its connection not only with the agricultural sector, but also with the health issue, with environmental issues, with poverty issues, and acknowledged today as a strong pillar. And on the other hand, the Sustainable Development Goals, the 17, and the difficulty to get there. Some people say blah, blah, blah. although we acknowledge that there is a need for a deep transformation, we don't know how to handle it and to look at it. So we say, okay, but we are both focusing on that. In Montpellier, we say feed, protect, care, and in Pretoria about sustainable food systems. How can we cannot do that together only. How can we create a global partnership to prepare the young generation of scientists to look at that and to move away from blah, 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 to address the obstacles and the constraints and to work together across frontiers, across culture, across disciplines, and to exchange. And this was the beginning of the story. So then we moved to the pregnancy phase, and we drafted the concept note. We shared this concept note. We invited key partners in our European networks, in our African networks, and in global networks to come together. We share this information, and we said, okay, what we suggest and offer to you is to pool 2 PhD students at least from each university, if you do agree, if you want to be a partner, and then to make them work together so that we prepare the 30, 40 next years of working together. We prepare the scientific community that will be able to address the challenge. And then we offered to take advantage of this fantastic facility yesterday to organize the birth. And that was the first steering committee of this. And with this, we came to some conclusions all together. I will not list the 15, 16 university because of the emotion. I risk to forget some of them. But we all agree that rather than to focus on one specific topic within food system, because it's wide, we would organize events together based on concrete examples and make PhD students reflect together on what are the obstacles and what are the pathways to transform food systems towards sustainable development. So that would be a network, a global collaborative PhD platform. This is the name we gave to the child. And that would make it possible to gather at least 30 the first year, 60, 90 PhD students to make them work together to prepare the next 30, 40 years of collaboration beyond frontiers on that particular topics. Of course, we could expand later. That would be a next phase, if it's a star, to other topics that relates to sustainable development, like One Health or other issues. And so we will have now the launch of the platform, a first event early 2024 in Montpellier, a second here in Pretoria, where we will be working, but the most important, we want to pull resources together with an equitable partnership and equitable platform to move forward and hopefully to make it a star.
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. Yeah, that pregnancy metaphor is going to stick. It's going to. So I'm just going to quickly sort of talk to you about the Worldwide Universities Network. University of York is a founding member. Steve here, present here, University of Leeds are a key member as well. So it gathers 24 universities across 6 continents, and it sort of focuses on 4 global challenges: climate change, public health, global higher education, and understanding cultures. We were talking with colleagues yesterday, and we were sort of reminiscing about how hard it was during the pandemic to sort of keep the partnerships alive. It's very hard when you haven't got any funding or activities have stopped. We still need to keep those relationships going somehow so that when there is a funding call, you're ready to go. And being part of that network has been very, very valuable in that sense, with that sense of belonging to that network. There's like 3 different areas that I mentioned here on the slide. I'm very glad have been mentioned this morning, and yes, it's quite reassuring that we all face the same obstacles and opportunities. So research mobility development funds as catalysts for future success. I'll mention a couple of projects that have been funded through seed funding, so quite minimal funding, but have been critical to developed major projects that have been funding through Global Research Fund in the UK and other major funders. Establish strong links with local policymakers to build research capacity that can be sustained into the future. Again, that was mentioned this morning. And research capacity building through knowledge exchange opportunities. This is an example of one of the projects that started with WN sort of links and have morphed into a major project about research for better health resource allocations, and we were talking this morning about influencing policymakers. And this is one of those projects that is very much working in that area by informing health resource allocations decisions based on evidence. So the project Tanzilaunze gathers about 9 partners across the UK, the US, Malawi, Uganda, Southern and Eastern Africa, and they are looking at developing, so that network is looking at developing with another network in West African region. So you see a lot of multi-directional sort of networking there, not just obviously north to south. And the idea of upskilling and training, again, that was mentioned a few times for researchers and policymakers to generate, use, and critique and apply evidence that is relevant for policymakers. So again, critical for sustainability. Another project, again, that was born through seed funding from WN. So again, just mobility funding that were trying to bring different researchers from various institutions in the same room to discuss linkages between communities, ecosystems, services, environment, and health. So very successful projects again, which gained a lot of traction and funding subsequently. That was an interesting, we were talking earlier about trying to focus on students and education. This, there was a network of discussions around governing the water, energy, food nexus that was sort of born from WN discussions with Michigan State University, University of Ghana, and University of York. And they were looking at basically different regions in the world and how various features of those nexuses were affecting those different regions. So we're talking about how we can apply similar sort of issues to different geographical regions. But this was interesting because early career researchers were the ones leading on this discussion. So usually we get a lot of sort of very experienced academics wanting to, but this one was very focused on early career researchers. FSNet Africa, I'll probably let Steve mention that one, which is obviously sort of led by the University of Leeds and Professor Swanepoel, who's present here. But again, something that gained a lot of traction and major funding subsequently through 2 GCRF Grow Programs Awards and includes a lot of our WN partners. And then some education opportunities. So we're not just doing research through the WN. We've had summer schools during the pandemic online. The world's biggest problems and how to influence the solutions. So during 2 weeks, 18 students, 2 regional groups. So that was really good. They looked at intercultural competency, theory of influencing, theory and practice of leadership, and engaging industry in the SDGs. Which was mentioned this morning as well. And the last example I'll mention is we were just talking about PhD platform here, something that was set up with the University of Ghana, University of Nairobi, and University of Rochester, enhancing doctoral training to benefit African university and economies. So it's a project that focused on developing and sharing best practice relating to the provision of doctoral training, initially in Ghana and Kenya, but the idea was to develop across the African continent and trying to add some values to the PhD training, especially in terms of employability.
Morning, everybody. Wonderful to be here, and thank you to the organizers for including me on the program, and it's great to be here with Yorkshire. I will introduce very briefly who we are as an example of building a global research network and how that then links on to education and training, and specifically looking at links with Southern and Eastern African partners as an example of this type of practice in higher education and collaboration across multiple sectors. I'm using the Global Food and Environment Institute at the University of Leeds as a case in point. The Institute draws together expertise across many faculties and other interdisciplinary institutes at our university to work on that global challenge around food security. And it intersects with a number of sustainable development goals and challenges that come with them. There is an intersection around not only food, but also health, and of course climate, and there is a very strong dimension of gender equality to address across that intersection of challenges as well. It's not an accident that Leeds has a large interdisciplinary institute around food and agriculture. In recent British history, going back, say, 300 to 400 years, Leeds developed as a regional and national hub of commerce in food, linking agricultural region with access to canal and then eventually railway, a river canal railway, and now motorway systems to distribute food throughout the country and for export overseas. Many of our national corporate brands of retail have headquarters or major operations in the region. Leeds Library, a fantastic library services, curate the world's largest collection of cookbooks. So that is not an example. Food is deep within the regional culture. It is part of who we are. It is in our DNA of how that part of Europe developed. We take a systems approach linking agriculture and sustainable production of food as contributing to food supply, but also the importance of processing, distribution, supply chains, and then practices and habits of use of food in households, and then resource recovery from food as it's being used. In our global partnerships, it's easy to stick a pin in a map and show some of the links. And I don't show this as Leeds being the center of the universe with ties going out. These are ties of friendship to a number of partners, specifically in this area of activity that developed from research collaborations. And I want to focus in particular, because it's an example of networking the networks, anchored by collaborations here with University of Pretoria and its hosting of the Arua Center of Excellence in Sustainable Food Systems, which its co-leads, University of Nairobi, University of Ghana, also the national NFR-supported Center of Excellence in Food Security led by Professor Liz Corsten here and Professor Julian May at University of Western Cape. You can see that there is a natural center of gravity here linked with a network of partners across Southern and Eastern African nations, and not least among these is Fannerpan, who is a long-standing friend and collaborator of the University of Leeds working in this challenge area around food security. Central to how we work together, particularly with this regional network, and linking it as well to our partners and partners here, their collaborators around the world, is this idea of co-design and co-production. Knowledge equity is a deep driver of how we operate. We'll see later during this week about the Knowledge Equity Network that is growing and developing, but those values are really central here. It's equal regard for knowledge for citizens and the challenges that they have in their communities. It's gaining social license from them together with practice professionals in the region to help find ways of change that are transformative for those, particularly the most vulnerable communities. And then that opportunity to work through these types of education networks to draw the most relevant, the most important expert knowledge from education and research from around the world to bring it to bear into that co-design process and try to work then in those regions with those groups who have given license for change and are working actively to create that and who will be living with the solutions. They have equal regard in the process and the design and in the incorporation of solutions, and that higher education and research and student education contribute to those solutions. That idea of co-design and knowledge equity is really important. And it's a way we hope to give more equal access to global knowledge where it can be best used for impact. Finally, I want to say that a strategic objective as we work in this way, there has been a shift in how we work, even in the time I've been at Leeds, the 7 years I've been at Leeds. I think more and more we see in these networks with partners like University of Pretoria, like FANAPAN, we see the rise of confident African institutional leadership working in global partnerships. We seek through this type of activity, I see more and more, we bring equal voice from partners from around the world into these activities, but these are being done in agreement on priorities and actions under African leadership. And I think we see an opportunity here to work together, bring these global partners together with our African leaders to hopefully, what we hope we can add as global partners is to help create that critical mass that amplifies African voice, African ambitions and desires, and African influence in setting global agendas and achieving impact where Africans want to see impact happen.
Well, first, let me thank the panelists for their cooperation in living up to a challenge of 5 minutes per panel member. So thank you very much. And because you've done so well, we now have an opportunity for any comments or questions from the participants. So I wish to invite any questions. And as I did this morning, I will take up to 3 and then revert to the panel members. In no particular order of preference. If you wish to comment or respond, I'll invite you to do so. Who would like to begin our discussion session? Aldo? And once again, if I could ask you, even if you're as well known as Aldo is, to say your name and your affiliation, that would be helpful.
Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm Aldo Strubel. I'm the Executive for Partnerships at South Africa's National Research Foundation. Thank you for very insightful comments, but I want to be slightly provocative, even as a network initiator, supporter, funder myself. It sounds almost too good to be true. All the networks, you know, we are celebrating the examples that was provided to increase prominence of African participation, etc., etc. What are the critical things not working? And how can you adjust, further support, reposition, redesign to make it truly effective, truly impactful?
Well, thanks, Aldo, for that provocative question. And I'm going to depart from my own script by turning to the panel members and saying, you've had an opportunity to showcase. Well, tell us what's not working. John.
Lots. So, as you know, Aldo, and I recognize the great catalytic role you've played, but this is Good News Week. You know, we don't want to have all the stuff that didn't. But I think, and I'll keep it very short, because I've got a long presentation on this, from the experience I've had, what works, what doesn't work. Well, we're hearing about what works. What doesn't work, I think, largely goes to the human factor. It goes to lack of leadership, lack of service, people forgetting that leadership is service, and using it as leadership as self-service. And then it's all the human factor. It's being committed, actually going the extra mile, getting the thing done, working with colleagues, because it's an informal association, and academics, and indeed many others, have got many things they have to get done, and they don't get held to account often for what networks do. So this is why I said earlier, try to mainstream the best part of networks without covering them with bureaucracy and restriction.
Anybody else from the panel before I revert to the audience? Tariro?
They can go.
Thank you. Actually, I think that's a really good question, and actually it goes to the point that you were making yesterday, is actually just trying to find synergies. And you also alluded to it earlier on this morning, actually, Cheryl, which is the idea that actually there is a proliferation of networks, and by virtue of having so many of them, oftentimes what you do get is duplication. I think that there's a level of humility in understanding the limitations of what you can do. You might be an expert, but actually being able to leverage the expertise that is happening in other networks and then being able to collaborate there, not necessarily just competing, I think would give a much better opportunity for impact. Just to kind of give a sort of overview, I think that, you know, partnerships, networks are based on commonality, they're based on knowledge, and they're also based on trust, and trust is built over time. But at the core of that is relationships, and being able to harness those relationships. I mean, I walked through the door and I saw that lots of people already know each other, and I think that that allows you to have that kind of repetitive or iterative processes in those networks, and also gives you visibility on activities that are happening that you might not otherwise have. So I think that that's something that could perhaps be done better. And the second thing would probably be more around accountability. I think having a senior stakeholder who is actually holding you to account to the outcomes that you set out at the beginning of your partnership, at the beginning of your network, so that there is continuity and that work doesn't necessarily fall down into a black hole or into a silo is really important as well.
Thank you. Seppo?
No, I'll skip. I think my comments are already made. Thanks.
Patrick?
Okay. Very briefly, I hope...
Is that baby growing up well?
Yeah, I was going to begin to say I hope it will not be a failure, but to make sure that it's not been a failure, the question is really important. I would just highlight three pillars. There might be other. The two first are to strengthen ownership and engagement from all partners, because we are talking about a multi-distributed governance in such networks. So we need ownership and engagement. And two pillars, the two first pillars are confidence and trust, and very clear rules for everything, for allocating resources, for getting responsibility, and for making sure that confidence and trust are on the table. The second is clarity in objectives, which is also a way to strengthen engagement and ownership. Clarity in objectives and clarity in modus operandi. And then the third one is about learning. It's to move beyond a project basis type of structure and to put in place the learning processes that make it possible to look at the long-term engagement.
I'm going to now turn back to the participants, and if you could bring the microphone down here.
Yes, thank you very much, Cheryl. My name is Tandi Mgwebi. I'm Deputy Vice-Chancellor for Research at Nelson Mandela University. My question is to all the panelists. I was just reflecting on what Ahmed said about how poor we are in exploring articulation with communities using these networks. I just want your reflection on everything that you've said. That's good. From what I heard yesterday from our network, it's more on promoting research, training postgraduate students. But what did you do differently to assist universities in delivering on the mission of engagement?
Could I take one more before I revert one at the back? Maybe we could just swap that microphone to one that's working.
Thank you. My name is John Mashayamombe. I work also at Nelson Mandela University in the international office. My question is to the panelists. How do we address the issue of funding? I think when you look at networks, when they start with through connections of researchers, it's okay. But then once it becomes institutionalized, there's need for membership fees. And when you look across the landscape, membership fees have been going up. And then when you look within the South African context, universities are differentiated. It's not everyone who is, every institution that can afford to pay the membership fees. But then we've been talking about equity and diversity. How are you addressing that? Thank you.
Thank you. So we have two very clear questions. The first one, if I could ask the panelists, and I'll start on that end this time, is what is your network doing about engagement with the community? And the second one is how are you funded?
My mic, there we go. Yes. On engagement with communities, FSNet Africa will present in the session later this afternoon, so I'm not going to go into great detail there. But I think that is an example of training leaders that includes a very strong component of embedding research in communities, or at least within stakeholders, but where those stakeholders are citizens, definitely within communities. I think also that institutional culture, and I've been thinking about this through the previous session as well and through comments from colleagues on the panel now, and it goes back to the previous question. We need to be better at engagement with our citizens and with our communities. This is engaging also agendas on things like lifelong learning. Academics, I think sometimes culturally it is easier. I am more predisposed to come and talk with any professor on another continent than I am to go into the community where I live and really engage with households on what their challenges are and really listen and try to engage with them in that process of co-design. I think that's what I, as an academic, feel has been great responsibility, and I might say professional pressure on myself to change that outlook through my career. I think we don't do this enough. So I think this is, to a degree, a huge agenda that higher education must address, and we have examples, and I think FSNet Africa and some of the fellows that are working there give examples of that. So it is about that co-design process and really embracing that. And we do have examples of that in specific projects: dietary health, access, food justice.
Sabrina, funding?
Yeah, no, just to echo what Steve said about communicating to the wider public about research and the benefits. It comes back to the role of universities, doesn't it? Where do we see ourselves as exclusively working with our own bubble and sort of doing research and not really communicating about the benefits or the challenges, or what is it that we do, who do we serve, what's the purpose of it? And getting that input from the public and from citizens is very important. I know this is something we learn every day, and we're actually developing this type of dialogue at York at the minute within our local region through a major festival of ideas, and we invite the public and we try and get them to ask very provocative questions about what we do, and we allow them to criticize us and welcome the critics, and so that's definitely something that we need to do a lot more in the research space, absolutely.
The funding question.
Let me remind myself. Oh, yes, membership fees. So I know sometimes we talk about networks and we sort of say, oh, this is what the network do, and these are the universities that were involved in that project. In the case of WN, we very much open it up to non-members as well, so that don't necessarily pay fees. So whenever we create those consortiums, we do have universities that work with us within those projects that do not belong to the network, so we try and open it up as much as possible. But I do agree, it's an issue. I mean, we do struggle with that even in the UK in terms of resources. And just to echo what Joan said earlier about bureaucracy, it often sort of comes as a major obstacle to the creative space. The researchers do not want to be involved as much as they might want to, because they have so many diverging sort of priorities imposed by universities because of the bureaucracy. And so these are major issues we need to look at, absolutely.
Patrick?
Well, yes. Tandy, for the first question, we touched on that yesterday, and I hope I will be I will respect what we did agree, but there are two ways in which we would promote interaction of the universities with communities. The first one is for each of those events that we will organize, it will be based on a concrete case study, interacting with the different stakeholders and looking at how to transform in this particular context, or what are the obstacles in this particular context to transform food systems towards sustainability. And we will try to identify the obstacles to dialogue that make change and transformation difficult. So this is one way. And the second is that we would have a special dedicated part of the event that would look at reflexivity of the PhD students on how they engage with stakeholders, what is the role of research, what is the role of higher education in making this happen, what it is about ethics when it comes to interacting with the global community. This is the way we discussed it yesterday. So it's part of it, and it was a strong concern, even if the networks is joining universities together, which are academic partners. For funding, we thought about it in two steps. The first one was to prepare and to build the room for the child, well, we agreed that we would pool resources together, University of Pretoria and University of Montpellier, to make it happen, and to look at organizing the infrastructure, human resources, and mobility of the PhD students to kickstart the process. This means that the first events would be covered by our voluntary engagement in such an initiative. The PhD funding, I did not mention that, but would still be the responsibility of each university. And each university would be responsible for the own rules of delivering the PhD diploma. We would not, it's not a PhD program, it's a PhD platform. But then when hopefully the child is growing up, we will look for a job for the child, and then we will look for how to get the funding to make it sustainable on the long term. So it's a mix of voluntary engagement and look for funding.
Thank you, Patrick. And I'm sure we're going to give you the award for the metaphor of the day. Torino.
I'm a reproductive biologist. I didn't think making a baby was so difficult.
I'm not going to add anything to this. I think that was a great metaphor.
I can just add a quick one, just to emphasize, that's a key comment that Tandy presented. And just to emphasize that if you are speaking of a network, it's a difficult thing. It's not as simple as we are speaking now, but it's an ecosystem, it's very complex, and it needs nurturing. It needs people within university institutions to drive that network. So it needs very strong champions, and it needs to grow. If you look at the discussion that we had yesterday, a suite of networks, some small for the last 10 years, they haven't grown. Some they've grown over the last couple of years or so. So the need of, I think, having these champions, systems in place to support these networks, a bit of funding, it goes back to what I mentioned earlier on, governance structures, etc., to ensure that there's also the growth aspect. And in some aspects, if you look at South Africa, the diversity element is very critical. Good example, if you look at some of the networks, you find that in the South African lens, there will still be the 5-6 very intensive universities participating in those networks. From the National Research Foundation, where we're trying to look at how do we create platforms that encourage those very good research-intensive universities to partner with historically disadvantaged universities to be part of that network. And that doesn't just mean resources, it also means the sharing of both human resources and other resources as part of that network. Thanks.
John?
Sandy, thank you. That's a big question and getting bigger. I'll just say very briefly that with our 10 Australian, 13 African and associated universities, we have that as an increasing criterion. Now, with our 60 programs, the communities are very different, can be very different and diverse. So that has to be interpreted by the research groups who are closer to the communities and make that work and keep them involved. But I think, I'm hoping it's going to get a bit easier with the advances in social media and indeed conventional media to be able to connect easier, set up better coordinating and sharing fora, and we're looking at that now.
Any comments on the funding side, specifically, John?
Yeah, just remind me, the question was on
how do you keep it going? Yeah.
With difficulty. And actually, you know, that's would be really, in my book, one of the hardest things, because you'd be very surprised. You got working with a lot of universities who may have billion-dollar budgets, and you send them a invoice for $10,000, nothing happens. You send again, nothing happens. You send again, oh, $10,000. That's why I'm saying, if you're going to be in a partnership, mainstream it and put it in the budget.
Thank you, John. We have an opportunity for one last question. Anybody? Yes, please. Can I have the microphone here? Yep.
Thank you. My name is Benistan Kwabe. I'm a postdoctoral fellow here at the University of Pretoria in the Center of Excellence for Sustainable Food Systems. So I'm sitting here actually wondering if there's a difference between clusters and networks, but my question is not related to that. I actually want to find out, especially for the last speaker who spoke about food systems. How can institutions of higher learning use networks to build adaptive and resilient strategies for sustainable food systems?
That's a good question. Who would like to tackle it? How can institutions of higher learning use networks for adaptable and sustainable food systems? I've got it, Rick.
I'll have a crack at it.
There you go.
That's if we can do it for sustainable food systems, I think we can do it for most all of the sustainable development goals. It is that challenging, but it is the challenge that we have to face. So one of the ways that we think about doing this in practice, and I think it comes back to the question about engaging with communities, is harnessing digital transformation. And it is this idea of, we know that to have transformed adaptive food systems is going to require probably a change in mindset amongst households. It's going to require probably a different way of thinking about food, different types of information about food. And some of the ideas that we think about is engaging, at least as pilots, of specific activities with specific communities on this idea of co-design, working with them and with practice professionals about what is not working in their food systems. Where are we lacking access to dietary nutrition? What would, working with them in that sort of theory of change type of way, thinking what would that future better food system look like, and then what would be some of the transformative steps to get there? And then thinking about how we could use our network to draw on that expertise that actually good ideas might come from anywhere in the world that could help that particular place with that particular future, achieve that future destination. If we can do that, then we would be in a position to think about designing, for example, school or university or college curricula. We could think about professional training that could help accelerate how you bring that range of knowledge together in that focused way to help within a specific, let's say a specific community, achieve that some of those steps towards a transformation, and build that through access through digital education means, so that could then be available, adapted and used in an open education sense, not only in that particular place, but elsewhere, so that you have that chance in terms of adaptation to start to share viewpoints and practice from other parts. And I think the networks are set up in concept to help this. To make it work in practice is really difficult. We're at the process of hoping we can get a pilot started to think about this, to see whether what I just described, that concept, and especially anchored in specific places, specific communities, could offer us a potential way forward. I think we have to try some things. I think it's very difficult to do a global solution top down. I think we've got to try many different solutions and share practice and share results and learn from each other. And these networks, I think, are set up to inform each other if those types of developments are being replicated or occurring in different places.
Thank you. I'll take one more, and then Patrick, you want to share your thoughts?
I'll be very, very brief. When we talk about food system transformation, we refer by nature and by definition to a distributed process involving many stakeholders and with a very context-specific, which is context-specific. There is no one single bullet, as Steve has said. And this is why network is important, because no one stakeholder can have the intelligence or the action capacity to make it alone. There is a need for partnership for two reasons: pooling collective intelligence and organizing collective action. And this is why network is important.
Thank you, Patrick. Firstly, I'd like to invite all of us to thank our panelists for sharing their insights and doing so in such a concise manner. Thank you. Before we break for lunch, I would like to try to draw out a few themes. And what we heard from the panelists is certainly the diversity of typologies of networks. It came out as we presented, but also in the session this morning, starting off with the three perspectives from universities, from a policy-making network, and then from an industry perspective. The question was asked again in this session. I think Sipho put the question, or made the observation, that what we have in listening to these inputs is that there is no single framework. And I think the question was asked, do we need a single framework, and do we need an overarching governance model? And sometimes when we ask these questions, there's an assumption that the answer would be the affirmative, that we do. But perhaps the answer is not, that in fact what we need is different systems or different ecosystems, as we were reminded by the panelists this morning, so that there's more fluidity or that we have less siloization, less duplication, and more fluidity of interaction. We also heard examples here from the panelists of how networks develop within networks. And I found that quite intriguing, from the very large ones, like the Association of Commonwealth University, membership-based. Tariro distilled it down to, I think it was 5 networks within this large network, which raises the question of scale, size, and what works best for greater impact. Because then on the other hand, we heard from Patrick an example of a bilateral network between 2 universities coming together to conceive of and co-create a project or a series of projects to enhance impact. So different models, different ways of operating, from the bilateral to bilateral meaning 2 different institutions, to bilateral from one region of the world, Australia, to the African region itself, and then through a kind of diverse grouping of institutions based on membership or subscribing as members. The next observation that I would make is that what we heard is whether there's value in having targeted approaches. In other words, a set of projects that are very focused and purposeful with intent and measurable outcomes. Is that the way to go within these large networks? Is it a way to address some of the challenges of funding? And I noticed across my panel members that the funding question was the one where we had the shortest answers. And I'm left wondering, why is that the case? Maybe it's perhaps, Aldo, the big answer to your question, what's not working? Another overarching challenge is, I think I'm going to quote Patrick here, is how do we move away from blah, 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 which many networks are renowned for, to action and to impact. And as we think about impact, how do we move outside of our own sector, the university sector, and make sure the communities are part of the solution that we co-create? I think I heard co-design and co-create come up quite frequently. I think also what I found provocative is the concept of a network as an aggregator of knowledge. How does a network become an aggregator of knowledge? And then to build on the theme from this morning, if networks are aggregators of knowledge, how do they turn that knowledge into something useful, used by policymakers and those who implement policy, and very importantly, in our local communities? And then I wish to conclude with a point that was made across the presentations, either directly or indirectly, but perhaps most directly by John Hearn, who talked about the importance of active leadership. And I found this quite provocative because many of our networks have leadership, but maybe, John, later this afternoon, you will help us understand what's the difference between leadership that's conferred by position versus active leadership. And then translate that into what you call active management and active teamwork. So I'm going to conclude our session by saying, can we reflect on the need for networks in their different manifestations to have impact? How do we build on the lessons we've learned from our panelists? And I've tried to draw out a few, ending with the one about leadership. But ultimately, it also occurred to me, the point was made that it's not only active leadership, but like most things in life, it's also about building relationships. And building relationships is about shared vision, shared commitment, and building trust. So with that, I invite you to take lunch and return. I think it's at 2:15. So please do enjoy your lunch and make the most of the glorious sunshine outdoors. Thank you.
As part of the University of Pretoria, the Future Africa Institute and Campus has established a vibrant, collaborative space that provides access to the benefits of interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research for the leading young minds of tomorrow.
Future Africa is a Pan-African platform for open, collaborative research that works across disciplinary, institutional and geographic boundaries and with society to address Africa's biggest and most urgent contemporary challenges. We develop transformative research capacities and advance the co-creation of actionable knowledge, knowledge that can inform and support the profound systems changes needed to secure safe, just and sustainable futures in and for Africa and in ways that inspire the rest of the world.
Our globally sustainable infrastructure and world-class facilities have created a resident scientist scholarly community that works collectively to bring growth and transformation. Through innovative methods, we combine the knowledge of researchers through Pan-African networks that extend beyond disciplines and geopolitical boundaries. The environment we have created thus develops young scientists in transdisciplinary research and science leadership committed to creating an impact in our communities. In aligning with UP's focus on the Sustainable Development Goals, we have based our approach on several themes. These focus on connecting the people of Africa, developing sustainable food systems, ensuring the health and well-being of African communities, empowering individuals through transformative education opportunities, and ensuring equity as well as sustainability in a global Africa. It is Future Africa's unique platform that allows us to continue setting the standard for transforming the world through African research excellence.
Esteemed guests, good afternoon. Thank you very much for joining us for the two-part afternoon session. Thank you indeed also for the lively and, dare I say, intellectual discussion this morning. I think all the objectives that we set out for the morning was reached very well in the two-part series. And it really focused and refocused us not only on the power of networks, but the increased power of networking these networks. A number of key pointers have been brought forward, which will be recorded. And Professor Dare, thank you again for your very strategic guidance of these discussions. We continue this afternoon, and it's really my pleasure to introduce the moderator of this afternoon. This is Professor Robert Jones. He's the Chancellor of the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, but also the Vice President of the University of Illinois System. They are forging great partnerships over many decades on the continent, very much so in South Africa. And it's also my honor to have known him, to know him for quite a few decades when I used to work at a previous university. So with his insight and experience, certainly the most appropriate moderator for this afternoon. I must just add something to Robert's profile. You know, before EDI was even a term or a construct, that is what Robert instituted and led in many of the engagements that they've had on the continent, not only from his university perspective, but also from his academic perspective over many years. It is formalized now, and certainly Robert continues that focus. And we see that engagement, the advantage, really the impetus and strengthening of our partnerships for the majority and as a result of this focus on inclusivity. So please assist me in welcoming the eminent Professor Robert Jones.
Well, thank you so much for that very liberal introduction. It is certainly a great honor and a pleasure for me to be back home in South Africa. I say back home because I've spent probably more years of my life, more months of my life internationally in this country than perhaps any other place on the globe. And it's always a great opportunity to come back and just to see how much this great country has advanced. In the decades that I've been coming here, since 1984 is when I made my first trip, and we've been coming back on a regular basis. So in many ways, this was a homecoming for many of the people that I've had a chance to interface with. And let me just say before we get started with the program, and I'll keep my introduction short, but I was particularly pleased to have been asked to moderate this session because, as was alluded to, not only has DEI been a core part of what I've done across my 45-year career in higher education, but also the notion that in order to solve some of the grand challenges that our society faces today, no single investigator can find the right solutions to that. It really does require multidisciplinary and transdisciplinary efforts across our universities to focus on finding those solutions. But it's also been my experience since the early day of writing proposals to NSF and USDA is that things have evolved to now multi-institutional approaches in order to find those solutions. And now we're talking about how countries and nations and continents need to work more seamlessly together to find solutions that are impactful and sustainable. And so I'm very pleased with the organizing. I want to be very clear, I had nothing to do with the organization or pulling this panel together today, but it's my great honor to introduce to you the panelists that will be joining me up front here as I call your name, and we will begin the dialogue and discussion. First of all, so pleased to meet Dr. Dorothy Ngela, who is the Director of Knowledge Networks and SGCI at the National Research Foundation, South Africa. Dorothy, it's my great honor meeting you for the first time today, but look forward to hearing your comments. And then secondly, I met a new colleague today, someone that has interest in climate change, who is with the African Climate and Development Initiative and the Research Alliance, and that is Professor Mark New. And I also have to add a little bit of, maybe, I don't know how many people know about this, Mark, but he was recently won the Frontier Planet Prize. So, Mark, congratulations on this well-deserved honor. And next we have two individuals who represent the entity that is very much involved in the issue of sustainable food systems. First, the one that I've also known for a few decades now, Frans Swanepoel, who's the interim director, as well as his colleague who I just met today, Dr. Melody Mint-Coetzee. So would you please join us up here as well? And so the format for today is we're going to ask each of our panelists to make some introductory remarks and to keep their remarks to the time limit that was allocated. I won't bring out the hook, but I'll subtly let you know that you're going over time so that we can get through the presentations in about 15 minutes each, so in about 45 minutes. And then we look forward to engaging each and every one of you in a dialogue and a conversation around this critical issue that we're all here to address, which is framed around the case study for exemplary networks of networks. How do we take that concept and actually actualize it as a way of finding solutions to problems? And they're going to be focusing on experiencing the additionality of identifying and analysis of gaps, and how do you make networks effective? And networks cannot be effective without the latter part of what has been thought about here. How do you get networks to work at an economic scale, at a scale of having impact to do that work? Solutions cannot be done on the cheapest, we say in America. You really do have to think about having the resources drive change. So it's my great honor to be here today, and we'll ask Dorothy to start with her comments. You want to do it from here? All right, great, thank you.
Thank you for the introduction, and thank you for the invitation to Future Africa to engage in this panel. I want to start by acknowledging Professor Teboho Moja, Professor Frans Swanepoel, Professor Tolu Oni, Professor Funmi Olonisakin, who are SGCI panel of advisors and who are really engaged in the program of this week. With me here, and I'm really delighted about this, is my colleague and sister and brother, Atrida Mulonga and Martin Yembe from NSTC, the National Science and Technology Council of Zambia. You will hear me talk a lot about the engagement that we have with them. My core message today is networking the networks for impact requires intentionality. If you don't remember anything else, please remember that. The OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative was established in 2017. It was first launched during Science Forum South Africa. 2017 was the centennial commemoration of the birth of Oliver Reginald Tambo. He was a freedom fighter. He was the father of this nation. He was the president of the African National Congress for a long time. These chairs are named after him, and they are named in the way they are because we wanted to support a new strand of research chairs with a clear and inclusive focus on the African continent. We were thinking about the successes, the lessons that we had learned from supporting and implementing the South African Research Chairs Initiative, the trilateral chairs with our very dear colleagues at the International Development Research Center, and we were inspired by the World Bank Africa Centers of Excellence, as well as ARUA, to really think about how do we contribute to the long-term strategic innovative approaches to enhance intra-Africa research collaboration, focusing on building individual talent and leadership and excellence and recognizing and promoting that, but also really focusing on where are the pockets of research excellence on the continent, thinking about human and organizational capacity development, and thinking about building a set of research teams that would contribute to strengthening national research systems on the continent. The objectives of the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative are 5. I want to highlight the following. They are aligned in their objectives in their research focus areas to the African Union Agenda 2063 and STISA 2024. We want to contribute to attracting and retention, and the word retention here is very important, to retain excellent researchers and scientists on our continent. We want to contribute to Africa's global research competitiveness while responding to our continental socioeconomic needs. Very, very importantly, infusing human capital development of young mid-career researchers. And lastly, to honor the legacy of OR Tambo. Here are the chairholders in the research areas. I want to draw your attention to the research focus areas, and those of us who are intimately familiar with Agenda 2063 will see that vision and that dream of the Africa we want really emanating in these research focus areas. These are the host institutions. I want to take a moment to honor OR Tambo by talking to you a little bit about these institutions. So the Sokoine University of Agriculture in Tanzania is in Morogoro. Morogoro was a very important town in terms of housing and hosting freedom fighters in South Africa. We have a research chair that is focused on viral epidemics in that university. The Nelson Mandela Institution of African Science and Technology, NMIST, is based in Arusha, which is the continent's capital for peace. This institution is one of 3 institutions that was conceptualized by Nelson Mandela. And there we have the OR Tambo Africa Research Chair focused on anti-malarial drug delivery. Zambia, the University of Zambia is located in stone throw away from where OR Tambo spent over 20 years leading the liberation movement in Zambia. We all know that University of Ghana and Makerere University were very important in terms of producing the talent that would come to build our country post-apartheid. So these institutions are not just hosting our chairs, they are true epitomes of what it looks like to honor, to really think about the baton that has been passed to us, and to focus on building this research excellence with the chairs. We work with councils, science granting councils on the continent that are central to how this OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative is implemented. These councils are in Botswana, the Uganda National Commission for Science and Technology, the Tanzania Commission for Science and Technology, NSTC, MESTI in Ghana, FNI in Mozambique, and FONRID in Burkina Faso. So how are the partnerships, or how did we conceptualize the partnerships for the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative? The Science Granting Council's initiative in Sub-Saharan Africa was the incubator. It is the platform within which this initiative is incubated. This initiative is a capacity strengthening initiative that is looking at how science granting councils, public funding agencies in 17 countries on the African continent can come together to partner together to strengthen each other's capabilities for research management, working with the industry, and also how do we prioritize our research programs according to our national development programs, according to the regional economic communities programs, and according to the African Union, notwithstanding the SDGs. So we have been working together since 2015, and we've been working together to strengthen all of us in the areas that I've talked about. And the SGCI became the network for us because it allowed for us in the beginning of these chairs conceptualization to think about Tambo chairs in Western, Southern, and Eastern Africa. The SGCI was an incubator because we wanted to think about sustainability of the chairs, both within the 5 years that they've been implemented and beyond. And these public science funding agencies were core to that. We wanted to reinforce the existing institutional capacities, not just in the host institutions, but also in the science granting councils themselves. And we wanted the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs to assist us to showcase the ways in which the SGCI was contributing to organizational capacity strengthening and therefore their ability to implement the chairs. Our partnership with IDRC is built on long-term, strong commitment of investment in Africa, a strong, trusted partner who is also engaged as a funding partner of the SGCI. And as I indicated, we were inspired strongly by Arua around this idea of building the notion of research-intensive universities on the continent. How have we gone about it in terms of resource mobilization and economies of scale? I'm going to focus on the principles that really helped us to be able to network these networks. Equitable partnerships, and especially the notion of inclusion. You will see language inclusion in the chairs. You will see inclusion in terms of geographical spread. And we were really intentional on making sure that this was a principle that was underlying the way that we would implement, the way that we would conceptualize the chairs. The power of leveraging. We leveraged the amount of money that we knew was available in the SGCI to be able to say, here is an example of a multilateral research program that we can use to determine whether the SGCI is doing the things that it said that it was doing to build capacities of science granting councils. We focused on sustainability planning, thinking about the centrality of the science granting councils into the future, thinking about the host institution's own commitments of salaries and tenure for these professors to ensure that when we released ourselves from this program, they would be able to support this going forward. We focused on the idea of ownership. Ownership is a very important part of intra-Africa relationships, collaborations that we talk a lot about. So we wanted to own it as the Science Granting Council that is leading on the continent, but we wanted to own it together with our sisters and brothers in the SGCI and together with these host institutions. And we wanted to use it most importantly as a space of experimentation, which I will speak about just now. So what has been our experience of additionality with the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs? The first one is it took us a number of years, 5 years precisely, to actually conceptualize these OR Tambo chairs, and it was necessary. It was necessary to build the NRF, IDRC, the Oliver and Adelaide Tambo Foundation relationship. It was necessary to bring and infuse the SGCI as a platform with all the funding partners to accept this multilateral program. It was necessary to build the relationship between the NRF and the SGCI participating councils in all the different countries. It was necessary to think about the host institutions and how they would internalize these OR Tambo chairs. We have really had some experiences around the importance of strong governance and oversight. We have delineated our roles very clearly as part of our experience of this additionality. We have come to understand the role of the NRF not just as a funder, but also as an implementer. Experimentation and learning has been a very core part of how we implement the OR Tambo chairs. We have centered the Science Granting Councils in operationalization of the chairs, and we are connecting the OR Tambo chairs now with other opportunities of research programs in the rest of the continent. I want to leave you with a quick reflection on what has happened. A year. So it's been a year since the chairs actually became operational. All but one chair, Makerere University, are operational. Research support is in place, students have been recruited, research collaborations have been activated, publications have been done, science engagement has been finalized, and it's already been implemented by these chairs. And these chairs are positioned the way that we had envisioned in the majority of these universities. We know that the NRF has a very clear role to play as a supporter for implementation of these chairs. We can see that the chairholders themselves are gaining prestige and visibility by what they are being asked to do now as a result of being an OR Tambo chair. A central role of the Science Granting Councils as the ones who disburse the funds and monitor in country has been absolutely important for the way that this initiative is implemented. In the future, we want to deepen the implementation of these chairs in a number of areas that are included there. And with that, I want to leave you with this quote from Oliver Tambo, which really envisions the Africa we want, which really envisions the importance of us working together. Thank you.
Thanks. So thanks for the introduction earlier. I'm representing one of the Arua Centers of Excellence, the African Research Universities Alliance Center of Excellence, the one on climate and development. And we've been given several sort of topics to reflect on from a networking point of view. I think we're all talking to the same menu here. But as with the previous speaker, I just wanted to give a bit of background on the Arua Centre of Excellence on Climate and Development so that you know where we're coming from and what we've been doing, and then I'll go on to reflections around what worked, what didn't work, and what some of the challenges and opportunities might be. So Arua CD, as we call it, is one of the Arua Centres of Excellence established, I was trying to remember, 2018, and we are a 3-university centre of excellence, so sort of a distributed centre of excellence, with the University of Cape Town as the centre host and hosting a secretariat which kind of manages the logistics of the centre, and then regional hubs at the University of Ghana and at the University of Nairobi. And in each of these 3 universities, they're anchored in existing research centres. So, for instance, the Institute for Environment and Sanitation at the University of Ghana and the Institute for Climate Change Adaptation at University of Nairobi. And the idea is kind of a bit like a network of networks type model where you have regional hubs who play a coordinating role, but they also are mandated to then try and engage with other organizations doing research on climate and development in those regions. We've been supported by South African standards is a very generous grant from the University of Cape Town Strategic Funds over the last 5 years, and it's just been renewed for another 5 years, which is great news. But then also really significant support from the UK RI, which provided a capacity building grant for 3 years. It really enabled us to get our activities up and running, without which we would have probably been much more of a centre in concept rather than a centre in practice. And then also a research excellence project working on poverty and inequality and climate change with one of the other centres of excellence, the Centre of Excellence on Inequalities Research. The types of things we've been doing, apart from the management coordination and actually running essentially a network, we've been investing in capacity development through scholarships at various levels, from masters through to postdocs. We've had a big activity in sharing and improving master's level curricula in climate change across not only our centre but quite a few other universities who teach in this space. We've been building capacity in safeguarding in research and in personal well-being as a researcher. They're kind of quite closely interlinked. And we've been also developed courses that are online courses and that we hope to keep running in science communication and in transdisciplinary research and practice in a landscape, in sort of on the ground into transdisciplinary settings. And then the second sort of part of what we've been up to is comparative research. So we think these centres of excellence which are distributed, one of their great comparative advantages is the ability to do comparative research and do research that sort of follows a similar framework across different locations and provides a nice organizing principle for that. I won't go into the details of what we've been doing, but we think this idea of comparative research is a really strong way to anchor the activities of the centres. And then the other role that we've been trying to play is outreach and engagement to sort of make the research that's available and the knowledge that is sitting within our centre useful in national and international context. So to talk a bit about additionality, I think the first one is visibility. So having these centres of excellence under Arua and actually having Arua itself as an organization really starts to create a vision or visibility collectively for research universities in Africa. So I think that's one of the really important ways that we as individuals within these networks leverage off that. It makes the sum sort of greater than the individual parts. And linked to that is convening power. So one of the challenges we sometimes have is that we're a single university working in one particular region. Having a Pan-African network or platform then enables you to actually say we can work on Pan-African issues in a way that brings expertise from across different regions. that brings the regional coverage, and then fourthly, the sort of critical mass and diversity of expertise and experience. So most universities in Africa have these pockets of excellence that were mentioned earlier, but when you pool them together, then you start to create a critical mass that enables you to do things you couldn't have done on your own. And then actually one of the most useful things has been this sort of co-learning and experience sharing. So drawing on that diversity of expertise and experience, I think everybody who's been involved in our center has learned a lot from the other people who bring in a range of different perspectives from both sort of methodological and pedagogical right through to sort of regional and local experience. And then the final one is that having this distributed network really gives you, I think, much better entry points into regional and local actors. So, you know, it's much easier for the University of Ghana to go and engage in Ghana or in West Africa than for the University of Cape Town to come parachuting in from the southern tip of Africa. So having all this local networks and entry points is really, really important as well. But lots of gaps and weaknesses as well. Experience from Arua it can be both a great strength, but also there are challenges around exclusivity as well as trying to be inclusive. So Arua itself is a network of so-called research-intensive universities, but there are many other universities in Africa who aren't part of this club. So it's like, you know, a bit of the, you know, the Club of Rome. If you're in the Club of Rome, you get to do fun things, and if you're not, you don't. And then also language issues. So, you know, the Franco-Luso Anglophone divides that we have, we all know how difficult it is to actually engage across those. And if you look at the Arua network, I think it's got one, well, actually now two Francophone, Mauritius and Senegal, but nobody from any of the Portuguese-speaking countries, etc., and actually nobody from North Africa, which I guess you could call maybe Arabic or French speaking as well. Yeah. Something that I think is unrecognized is that these formal networks are good, but there are enormous number of informal networks. There's a hidden sort of dark network that's out there already. So if we look at just within my university, who we collaborate with across a range of different activities, I think there's about 50 institutions in Africa that we have relationships with, that we're not part of a formal network. So I don't think we should be forgetting that there are many informal relationships that we should also be nurturing and not forgetting about. The costs of face-to-face engagement is a challenge, particularly in Africa, where the distances are far. The flights are the most expensive in the world. You know, you can fly from, I don't know, from London to Turkey for 50 quid, and you want to fly to Ghana from Cape Town, it's going to cost you $1,000 or something like that, and take you 2.5 days probably. So there are all these costs of that face-to-face engagement, which, as I'll say later, is really, really important for building trust and actually having proactive networks. And then the fourth one is actually around competing relationships and interests. There's this fine balance that you have to sort of work with when you're in a network. You want to work together, but sometimes it's actually better not to work together, or somebody else comes and invites you out on a date, and so do you tell your other boyfriend or girlfriend that you're going to go out with them, all that kind of stuff. So finding that balance is really, really hard, and finding out how to navigate these sort of formal networks with some of the more sort of ad hoc things is quite tricky, especially when resources are very, very slim and people tend to go where the money is. And then the final challenge which relates to this are the funding structures for research in Africa. So I think some of these new initiatives are great, but a lot of the international funding tends to be aligned along geopolitical or other interest lines rather than thinking about what works best for Africa. So, for instance, the German government had a call for centers of excellence on environment and climate, but there had to be one-on-one partnerships between a German university and an African university. What that meant was there were 3 universities in our network going for individual proposals with other German universities, and there was no ways we could actually work together for a combined proposal that would strengthen our existing network. On the effectiveness of networking, it's very clear that building these networks and working together over extended periods of time really builds trusted relationships and actually then makes collaboration easier, more reliable, and you're prepared to kind of go out on take more risky decisions because you've worked with people who you know you can work with. So I think that's really, really important. I said the face-to-face engagement is crucial in terms of, we all know we can do stuff virtually, but actually in Africa also it's really, really difficult. You can be, so one of my colleagues at the University of Ghana, sometimes the internet disappears, and so you're in the middle of a meeting and suddenly where's everybody gone? You have one of the Arua universities in Ethiopia, the internet just gets switched off by the government for days on end, and then communication stops. So sort of having the ability to meet face-to-face really is really, really important, and for a number of different reasons. These networks are only as good as the supporting structures. I think we all know, and it's probably been discussed previously, that networks and interactions don't happen in a vacuum. You need network managers, you need resources to actually make the glue that makes everything happen. People who are being networked have full-time jobs doing something else. So you need full-time jobs to actually make the networks work as well. So that resourcing is really, really important, and it's often the hardest thing to get money for, because every funder wants bang for buck research outputs or implementation on the ground, etc., not the boring stuff in the background, the human infrastructure that actually enables these networks to operate. And then finally, in terms of incentives to be part of these networks, this additionality kind of has to be sustainable. There has to be some prize at the end of the road for people to invest time in these networks. So you have to think quite hard about incentives and rewards to keep people engaged, because our experience is people are prepared to come and have some initial discussions, but they're not prepared to continually invest in volunteer time when it doesn't seem to be producing any long-term benefits to them. So thinking clearly about how to enable that to happen is also important. Okay, final slide. So in terms of resource mobilization or economies of scale, I think these continental networks and regional networks can really influence and generate resources. So the Arua network is a good example of that, having this sort of network of universities and the Secretary General who could go and talk to UK funders or EU funders and say, here's a way to fund lots of things through one channel, is really, really useful, because it makes it simple for big funders to actually deliver their money. They don't have to go and find a whole lot of individual different things to fund. These regional platforms are also attractive to some funders, as I've said previously, because it is Pan-African. It kind of provides some of these geographical economies of scale, if you like. And we create this regional pool of expertise for individual projects that we can draw on. But then, again, going for this resource mobilization requires underlying human resources. The Arua funding through UKRI would never have happened without having a Secretary General who basically went around twisting people's arms to create these funding mechanisms, if you like. So it's kind of, they're great advantages, but you need to resource some of these things because they don't happen without the engine of delivering these sort of large-scale initiatives that would support us. So that's it. Thanks. I don't know how I managed to keep on time.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for the kind introduction, Professor Jones. It's wonderful to see you again and to have you here in the room at Future Africa with us. I'll be very brief to just make introductory remarks, and then Melody will do our presentation on the Arua Center of Excellence in Sustainable Food Systems. This is actually taking me back to 2017 when Professor De La Rey was our Vice-Chancellor. University of Pretoria was privileged to be one of the Arua member universities. And she said, listen, there's a call going to come out for universities to host Arua Centers of Excellence. And I think food systems or food security is the one that UP should go for. And Professor, you were very far-sighted. We're very grateful, and I'm very pleasing to see you here today, and so that you can see what have been achieved over the past 5 years. I would also like to recognize the colleagues from Leeds University, Claire Quinde. She's a co-principal investigator with me under the Food Systems Research Network for Africa, which is the research excellence flagship under the Arua Center of Excellence in Sustainable Food Systems. The Vice-Chancellor from Leeds University, Professor Buitendijk, who was here, and also Steve, the Dean for Global Development. In this context, Melody and I have been involved in the conceptualization of the Arua Center of Excellence from the beginning. When we hosted the first conceptualization workshop in 2017, the two of us were actually co-facilitating the workshop, developed it in collaboration with many partners. According to the guidelines that were provided by the call, we had to identify a UK partner university before we start the initiative or when we submitted the proposals for funding. And this is how Leeds University became a partner at that time. We also had to identify a partner which will assist us with the policy influence or the policy impact. The University of Pretoria have a long-standing agreement with Vanderpan, which you've heard the story of this morning, with a strong focus on policy analysis and policy impact on the continent. We approached them and brought them in as a partner also. So with those few words, I would like to ask Melody. She's going to give us an overview of what has happened over the past 5 years. At the end of 5 years now, we're coming up for review. I don't think Mark referred to that, but there's self-assessment, and we need all the Arua Centers of Excellence also need to develop long-term strategies for the next 5 to 10 years. So it's actually very fortuitous, almost serendipity, that we have this opportunity after 5 years with the former director, Professor Lindiwe Sibanda. I saw her earlier, but I think she probably stepped out for a meeting. Oh, there she is, Professor Sibanda. Welcome, Lindiwe. She was the director for the past 3 years, under which you will see that Arua has really exploded and developed significantly a large number of projects. And so this is the point where we're now going through a review and developing a new strategy to move forward. Thank you. Thanks, Melody.
Thank you, Frans. If I latch on to Patrick's analogy of earlier, this is one of our kids who started to grow up. So, as Frans mentioned, Arua SFS was established in 2018, so in the same year that UCT was beginning their center. And within our vision and our mission, what I think is of key relevance to our conversations today is the words that you see in bold. So the notion of harnessing partnerships to achieve the aims that we want to achieve, and also the notion of creating a global network, but not just a group of people who know each other, an engaging global network, and an engaging global network of talented researchers who are working in the transdisciplinary space. And so even though our focus is on food and food systems transformation, those elements of our vision are really what I would like to speak to in my presentation today. So really the story starts, and there you see our global vision. We'd like to reach the whole world. It starts, as Mark mentioned, as a network of the Arua institutions. And so our story is really one of networks embedded within networks. And it was through membership in this network that, as Frans mentioned, we had the opportunity to pitch for the proposal to host the Center of Excellence. And I think what was implicit in Mark's presentation, but not explicitly said, is these centers didn't come with generous funding up front. There was an expectation that we would work together, and because we're better together, we would be able to raise that funding. And so the center was awarded, and as Frans mentioned, our core partners in Arua SFS are the University of Ghana and Nairobi. And there's our center logo with a warm bowl of nutritious, healthy food. It really creates that sense of why we're doing this for me. So what happened from there? We have used the Arua SFS as a platform to help us expand the center's global partnership arrangements. So UP as an institution and Nairobi and Ghana have many of their own arrangements across the globe. But we've been able to set up partnership agreements for our center, 7 of those, in a diverse geography, including the US, the UK and Europe, as well as Australia. So that's one of the aspects of additionality for us. And then, as Mark mentioned, we were able to put in proposals for the UKRI funding for the capacity building grants and for the research excellence grants. And this really brought the additionality of us being able to bring in non-academic partners within the network, Vanderpan being a key partner, but also we've worked with Reforum, who is doing a lot of work as a network in agricultural education and training capacity building. So we were able to secure more than £20 million of funding through these flagship projects, and really there it demonstrates the effectiveness that has been there in terms of resource mobilization. But through our Research Excellence Grant, which is FSNet Africa, and you've heard Patrick reference FSNet, and also Steve and other colleagues talk about this grant, it was a vehicle for us to formally sign MOUs with additional African partners. So beyond our core universities, we were able to expand our network where we have 9 partners. I always want to count us, UP, as a partner. We have 9 partners in 6 countries that we're working with in FSNet. So that again helped us to expand our footprint. And beyond these large-scale mega grants, we have also been able to capitalize on other funding opportunities. So researchers that have met each other through Arua have now been able to get funding from philanthropies, from the French government, and you might not see it right in the corner, but including New Zealand. So again, being able to expand not only our network geographically, but our funding. And then we now have the opportunity to create new initiatives together. And the new initiative I'm referencing particularly on this slide is the Collaborative Global PhD that Patrick spoke about this morning. And by working with our partners in the Collaborative PhD and using Arua SFS as the network platform to enable that, we'll be a group of 15 partners. We will cover 5 continents, and on an annual basis, we'll be able to reach and work with and impact the careers of 30 or more PhD students per year. So here's our baby that we're looking forward to growing in the next couple of years. And really, we're incredibly excited because it's a significant opportunity. And then speaking of opportunities, just to mention most recently the call that came for hosting clusters of excellence. And the only way that I can describe the clusters of excellence within this context is that they're essentially mega networks. So ARUA, again, through the great advocacy of Professor Arieti, and the Guild, the network of European universities, signed an MOU and said that the two networks should work together. And they came up with the concept of clusters of excellence. And these clusters, like I say, mega networks. And we have recently submitted a proposal to host a cluster of excellence in food systems sustainability. If successful, the cluster will start out with 18 partners. It helps us get a further geographic reach as well, including now in Asia, for the center itself. And we see this as a key opportunity for fundraising, with a far wider network of partners, a far wider group of people who know each other. We really hope this can be something that takes us to the next level again in terms of our work. The last point of additionality that I wanted to speak to was just the opportunity that these networks have created for us to invest in early career researchers. So within the FSNet Africa project, as you may be aware, we have 20 early career researchers from our 10 academic partners. We are really proud that 80% of our fellows are female. But what's most unique for me about the FSNet Africa model is that it is a series of what I call micro networks. Each of our fellows has been matched with 2 mentors, one in the UK, one from Africa, and they're also linked to a researcher in UP. And together these teams are implementing research projects. And they're having opportunities to visit each other, to undertake training together, etc. And we're really hoping that these relationships, because they are built on substantive work that people have done together, will be long-term relationships, and that these will be the researchers who continue to work together in the future. But also you'll see, and as the future Dr. Francis mentioned this morning, that our fellows work with the Vanderpan nodes. So Vanderpan itself is a network of networks. And through those nodes, we connect our fellows to stakeholders in the food system. And so there's this overlap of networks, and it really has been one of the factors that has allowed us to experiment with how do you truly do engaged, co-created research and embed that as a mindset within the next generation. So my time is very quickly running out, but through our micro networks, we have connected more than 80 researchers across 7 countries through the FSNet Africa project. And more broadly, through the center, not just within FSNet Africa, we have supported 36 early career researchers, 5 each from Ghana, Kenya, Malawi, and Tanzania, 2 from Zambia and the Cameroon, and 4 from Zimbabwe. So thank you for the opportunity to share our work, and we look forward to the conversation.
Well, let me say, first of all, thanks to our speakers for staying on schedule and you've given us a lot to think about. And so now is the opportunity for us to engage, hopefully in a conversation with participation from those of you that have been sitting patiently listening to these thoughtful presentations. And so I'll try to get us started, because each of these speakers talked about the critical importance of bringing teams of people together from across nations, across boundaries, to find solutions to complex problems. And folks, and as you probably heard from my speakers, it's easier said than done. It's very, very complicated. It takes a lot of time and a lot of energy. And I've always said that these things are based on two critical factors, that they move at the speed of trust and mutuality. So I'd just like each of our speakers to talk about that particular element, and for the project, Dorothy, that you talked about, the OR Tambo chairs. How did you, each of you, to think just briefly about how did you build trust, and how did that mutuality piece was actualized as you carried out your work?
Thank you. So the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs is a baby that comes out of years of engaging with the NRF, engaging with science granting councils on a bilateral basis, recognizing that those engagements over 20 years are missing a couple of things. The first one, the multilateral aspects of it, that we all are looking for institutional capacity strengthening, and that there were just these common areas, right, that we were missing. And that then gives rise to the vision and the initiative that is the Science Granting Council's initiative in Sub-Saharan Africa. So by the time we were sitting in Nairobi in 2015 to establish and to start working together in the SGCI, we were already aware of each other. We had already been building these personal relationships. And I have to say that part of the success here is about the personal connections and recognizing that for the African continent, something that I say to my sisters and brothers all the time, we all 17 of us, 18 plus the NRF, will remain here. We will remain with the socio-economic challenges of our continent. We will remain with the human capital development needs of our continent. We will remain with the research infrastructure aspects. So building trust and recognizing that we are here to stay, and this is our mandate, has been really important as we have staff turnovers across the SGCI. And then building onto that is, how do we showcase that we are building these trusted partnerships? Let's think about multilateral programs together. And the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs Initiative is just one example of a multilateral initiative that we are all working now to bring together all our different resources, number one, and capabilities, number two, and to continue to deepen this idea of trust. It's not easy, and it is very much championed by the idea of personal relationships and a strong sense of passion for the macro reason why we are doing this, which is the Africa we want.
Thank you.
Yeah, you said it all. I mean, it's interesting with our experiences that the Center of Excellence in Climate and Development didn't emerge out of a vacuum. It emerged out of previous relationships. So we had a previous very large collaborative program funded by IDRC that ran up until about 2018 that involved a lot of the people who actually then coalesced within Arua CD. So I kind of think of these things as you're kind of on a path to somewhere, but the bits and pieces that make up that path come from a lot of different places. And so part of it is sort of finding ways to, I guess, I don't know, when you run out of petrol, on your road trip, you've got a backup. So you basically think about different mechanisms and routes to keep on the overall journey. So I think in terms of that building up that trust and everything, to start from absolute scratch would have been really, really hard and would have been slow. If you have existing relationships and then you want to make a few new ones as part of that, that becomes a lot easier because you've already got some momentum. That'd be one point here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Frans?
I think I just want to latch on what Mark said. It grew out of earlier relationships. Similarly, in our case, and what is interesting to mention, specifically, and I'm looking at Leeds again, Leeds had a long-term research project funded by UKRI or by UK funding, collaborating with Vanarpan with a number of Vanarpan nodes and universities on the continent where we were involved in on the side. We used that as the springboard to really build the partnership and visited the University of Leeds in preparation and build up for the Arua call that we were expecting, the first one, where we knew and realized that we will have to have a UK partner. And the UK partner has played a facilitating role with all their partnerships on the African continent. So I think that sort of also emphasized the importance of networking the networks, that global institutions who have a commitment to work on the African continent or in the global south can play that facilitating role and enabling role to make it possible to build the necessary partners where there is already trust and a mutual respect being established. Thank you.
And then maybe just to add, from FSNet Africa's experience, we've tried to, throughout the project, stay as practical as possible in creating opportunities to sustain trust. So we tried to set up mechanisms for joint decision-making, for example. So we have regular meetings across partners. We've set up some thematic cross-functional teams, and on each of those, each partner has a representative, and it's a way that everybody gets to stay up to date with the implementation of something, but where everybody doesn't have to be involved in everything, because then it's just impossible to sustain. So I think some of those practical ways to sustain trust across partnerships have also been useful in our experience.
Fantastic. Well, we want to make sure we have time to engage any burning questions or issues that those of you in the audience would like to bring. Yes, please. I don't know if we have a microphone that's floating. Yeah, use your professor voice if you are a professor.
Thank you. Ed Gerstner, Director of Research Environment Alliances for Springer Nature. In the spirit of inclusion, I was wondering if you could reflect your experiences of the co-creation of research with stakeholders who go beyond the academy. I think this is such an important thing to finding solutions to the existential challenges we have. And I'd like to know how we do more of that.
Mark?
Yeah. A first shot is that I think in our experience, we kind of recognize we have to sort of invest up front in building these networks outside of academia. And that's actually almost like it's a job in itself, but it's also a loss maker because you don't know if it's going to lead to anything. So you're actually not volunteering, but you kind of pre-investing time in creating those relationships, getting engaged in networks. So for instance, in South Africa, we have something called the Adaptation Network, which is a loose coalition of NGOs, municipalities, research institutes, etc. Being involved in that, you're essentially volunteering your time to be part of a network in the hope that, I'm not being but in the hope that benefits come out of it, whether they are just intellectual benefits or sort of real on the ground funding benefits. But I think one thing that could happen is that and it's happening a bit more in the funding space, is that you have kind of multi-phase funding opportunities that allow you to put in a sort of have an initial outreach and bring in a coalition, but you know that you're not going to actually build a really strongly co-produced proposal just by talking about it in 3 days or whatever. So you put in a concept note, you get funding to then co-produce a full proposal. So for research funders to really think how they should be supporting these transdisciplinary engaged research processes is equally important, because as we've learned across all of this, doing the stuff in the background, it takes time, and you either have to somehow volunteer it or find internal resources, or it has. So that'll be one of my.
De-risks the investment in this.
Yeah, and it actually leads to a much better outcome, because you're actually investing in the preparation, and then you're suddenly not 3 years into a project, suddenly realizing that you hadn't planned it properly. Or yeah.
Yes.
Paul Tiambe-Zeleza. I was fascinated by the question of funding of the various funders that were mentioned. Apart from the NRF, they all seem to be non-African funders, either in organizations such as the IDRC or foundations. What are the opportunities and obstacles of getting funding from African sources, African foundations, African governments, African business?
That's your one.
Everybody wants to stay away from the funding question, right?
Yeah, you can't stay away from the funding question. So I'm going to answer it in a different way. When we first started engaging in the SGCI, we were all very clear in our minds that I'm going to come back to, we will stay here. We are not going somewhere. The NRF is not going to become the NRF of Canada at any given time. And we have to mobilize and sustain funding within Africa itself. And so the work that we do in the SGCI specifically is very focused on looking at all the investment as seed funding. And we have numerous engagements with policymakers. The science granting councils are government entities, and we are continuously asking policymakers, the ministers, engaging with ministers of finance as funding partners to really think about how to increase funding that is available to the science granting councils themselves. The opportunity that has emerged, and OR Tambo chairs are a really great example for this, is that sometimes we need to stop thinking about this manna that is going to fall from governments with funding. Sometimes we need to think about how do we leverage what is currently existing within the network. So the Science Granting Council can put in X number of money. The NRF can put in X number of money. The host institution can put in X number of amount of money. And all of it sustains that research chair for 5 years. So I am of the opinion that we need to move away from, we don't have funding. I think we have a lot of funding, but I think that we have inefficiencies in our system, and I think we also need to creatively think about how to bring the monies together, how to efficiently leverage, and how to efficiently then allocate roles and responsibilities for funding when we do these multilateral programs. Just a different perspective.
Other questions? Yes, in the center right here. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Masafumi Nagao from Japan, formerly United Nations University of Tokyo. I have the following question. Is a network more productive in producing outputs, if the network is run by a younger group of academics as compared to senior group of academics? I asked the question because I had a project with United Nations University an inter-university collaboration project of African universities for providing graduate level education on sustainable development. And the senior professors I worked with to start the program. Then there were younger researchers who become involved in the project. And at their insistence, we established a next generation researcher group who had a part of the budget. They were very productive. The senior professors saw that, and we have to do something also. So we competed in publication. The younger group produced 3, the senior 2. We are a bit behind schedule. And my personal conclusion was that we should give the younger ones the reign for the project. And a few of them are here. They now insist that they are no longer next generation. They're the current generation, implying that maybe senior ones should go somewhere else. But the question is younger or senior? Thank you.
Who wants to tackle that interesting question? Was that a comment?
I can just say it.
Yes, Mark, please.
I think this is particularly relevant to some African universities where the expertise, the senior expertise, is actually quite thin on the ground, and people are stretched in multiple different directions. And so one of the things we've been trying to do, not necessarily within Arua CD, but within my own institute, is actually enabling these next generation researchers to become the kind of the program leaders or whatever. And it's not because the senior folks aren't clever, but it's more because actually the enthusiasm and the interest and the drive is sitting down below. And actually, people have more time. So, you know, I couldn't come this morning because I'm on a goddamn selection committee for a dean's appointment or whatever. The younger researchers are generally freer to do the research, so we should be enabling them to actually do that. Yeah.
Thank you. Yes.
And I want to add to that. I think the young generation, and maybe let's call them the next generation, have a lot of energy and really do need those opportunities to lead. I think there's a lot of people with tremendous talent who would love to take up that opportunity. I want to add that I think it's therefore important to have really good mentorship programs, because we don't want to dump people in the deep end and they become so afraid of our world that they don't want to stay. So opportunities with good mentorship, I think, is really important.
Well, it's important to sustainability of the initiative as well. I mean, you've got to keep the younger generation interested in order for things to be sustained over time. Yes, I saw another hand. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, everyone. I'm Tallulah. I'm from University of Cambridge. I have a question around mobility across the continent, diplomacy, visas, and the potential and the role of networks to advocate and to play that diplomacy role. Because even, let's just talk within the continent, we're not talking about a level playing field here. We're in South Africa. It's easier to come from the UK on a British passport to South Africa than it is on some other African passports, right? So, I'm asking, going straight there. So if we are talking about building cross-continental networks, what role do the panelists see as for networks to play in that diplomatic role to really push for greater mobility and greater access in that way across the continent?
So I'll take that one. The centrality for us in engaging with science granting councils to build the OR Tambo Africa Research Chairs is largely also based on that. They are public institutions who have got proximity to the relevant authorities to open up what needs to be unlocked. And so we are seeing in real time the ways in which the science granting councils are just not only engaged in disbursement and monitoring, but that they are supporting the research chairs to unlock procurement issues, make sure that students can be recruited from various other countries that are neighboring, and also advocating for easing of these challenges of mobility on the continent. So I would say our model is really around the centrality of the science granting councils to unlock that in the different countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, yes, yes, of course, yes. Yes.
Thank you very much. Actually, my question was also about science diplomacy, and I wondered to what extent we're missing an opportunity by not leveraging the diplomacy for science, part of science diplomacy, both in terms of resource mobilization for these networks, but also engagement outside of academia. And I wonder whether we should think about a meeting with the Science Diplomacy Capital for Africa and the various networks that we're talking about here.
I think that's a great idea. Absolutely. Well, I'm afraid we are out of time, but I first of all ask you to join me in once again giving our panelists a round of applause for their very thoughtful presentation and engagement. So thank you all. I think now is time for a tea break, right? Or not? Okay.
Allow me also to ask you then to thank Professor Robert Jones for this excellent facilitation that he did. Thank you. And to all the panelists. Colleagues, we have a short break, if you don't mind. Thank you for your fortitude and energy. You don't see often that the room gets fuller towards the end of the day. And that, I think, attests to the interest shown in the topic. Please be back on the dot at 5:02 at the very latest, and we will then continue. Thank you indeed to the panel.
Good afternoon and welcome to the final session of our day, which is focused on networking the networks. And I have a very distinguished panel who will be speaking to us about lessons or best practices for the future with respect to the overarching theme. And just to give you a little heads up, yes, we are behind the official schedule, so the panel is going to be quite concise. We will be in time for the 5 o'clock event, so please don't be concerned about that, and look forward to seeing you networking over the dinner. We might not have sufficient time for Q&A or discussion at the end, but hopefully during the course of the day, you've had an opportunity both formally and informally to speak with one another, but very importantly to our panel members. So without further ado, I'd like to introduce our panel members, and then we'll seamlessly as possible pass from one to the other on the theme of lessons or best practice for the future. Firstly, we will have speaking to us Professor Masifumi Nagayo, who is a visiting professor and program advisor, United Nations University Institute for the Advanced Study of Sustainability. He also has a role as coordinator for education for sustainable development in Africa, amongst other roles. And then I'm also delighted to introduce to our audience Professor Richard Kandawira, who is director at Michigan State University of the Michigan State University Alliance for African Partners. Welcome. We heard from the audience this morning, but it's good to have up front Professor Tebogo Moja, who is representing the panel of advisors for Science Granting Council, the Science Granting Council's initiative, but she also is a professor in higher education at New York University in the US, and then Professor Harleen Hayne, who is the Vice Chancellor at Curtin University in Australia, and it's good to have a voice from Australia for the first time today. And then our final remarks will be from Dr. Haida Hackman, who's currently director of this wonderful facility, Future Africa, and also leads the Africa Global Secretariat Hub for Future Earth, which is a global initiative. So welcome to our panel members, and we look forward to hearing from you on lessons or best practices for the future.
Thank you, Cheryl. I'll be very brief, and I'll start with the conclusion so that I can finish any time. During the last 2 days, or 3 days, I listened to discussions, and I had the impression that the supposed direction for networking activities that people talk about was north-south. And I'm going to send you a single message in my comments. That is, why don't you look east, in addition to north-south that you have already done. And I say this because I have been involved in the last 20 years in promoting Africa-Asia inter-university collaboration. For example, in 2004, I was at Hiroshima University. We started Africa-Asia University Dialogue on Basic Education Development, which was basically a networking of education faculties of African and Asian universities to study the common academic issue, what to do about access, quality, and governance for promoting basic education. Another one, in 2007, I had the honor and privilege of working with Cheryl to start SAJU, South Africa Japan University forum. It's a forum, a talking forum. I have started these two, or have been involved in starting these two, because the Japanese government started ODA seriously to African countries in the mid-90s. But there was a very serious knowledge gap on the Japanese side. We didn't know much about Africa. On basic education, practically none. We were studying more Asian universities, Asian experiences. For obvious reasons, there was geographical proximity. But after all these experiences during the last 20 years, things have changed. And there's a major change in the interest of Japanese government in supporting academia for approaching African universities. We have new funding mechanisms with Aldo's NRF initiative. Our funding agency, JSPS, Japan Society for Science Promotion, Japan Organization for Science and Technology, they have started funding research activities with African universities' involvement. So the situation has started changing, but Corona came, and many of these initiatives have suffered. And we have suffered. I have had time to ponder why this network for us with African universities. And I came to the conclusion that it's not, of course, it's not for network is not for networking. Network is for sometimes for creating new relations, for new knowledge, for new ventures. And this is the reason why I'm suggesting to you that African universities may perhaps give thought also to networking with Asian universities. I'm sure you have an obvious historical reason why you should collaborate with Indian universities. There are many Chinese approaches to the African continent. Japanese universities are coming, Korean universities are coming, Southeast Asian universities are also interested. So the world is changing, and we are now in future Africa. To think about future of Africa, why not think of new relationships, new networking, and with Japanese universities. And I think this morning already explanation was given by Ahmed Bawa for looking for alternatives on the basis of SAJU experience that he has had time to discuss with us when he spent 6 months since last September at the University of Tokyo. So I'm starting a new sort of networking for new venture. and with the support of Michigan State University PAA program, they have a financing program for Africa-Asia partnership. So we applied to that, and we have now a partnership for 3 universities, UP, of course, Gibbs Business School, and a Japanese university in the countryside, and Michigan State University, in order to support joint learning by 10 South African young agribusiness entrepreneurs and 5 Japanese young business entrepreneurs, learning through 5 online joint workshops and mutual exchange of visits. 5 Japanese agri-business entrepreneurs came here, stayed here, visited the projects of African partners. And in the second half of June, we are going to invite 10 South African young entrepreneurs, agribusiness entrepreneurs, to Japan. I'm coordinating the 2-week program. What we are asking these entrepreneurs is to see if through this joint learning activities, through online workshops and mutual visits, which they had never thought of a year ago happening, but which became reality for them. Out of these usually non-thinkable things, if these entrepreneurs can come up with productive discussions and perhaps outcomes in terms of 3-4 projects that they may consider for joint venture. And the 3 universities are doing sort of action research, providing opportunity on the one hand, and monitoring and following the discussions, and trying to see what will, if it clicks, what if they produce joint projects. So this is kind of a network approach for creating new things. It's not improving or making it more efficient, what we do usually with education and research. So based on my own experience, and I have had these discussions a lot with many of you, and suggesting that why don't you try networking of a different type. Networking deliberately to create new relations. So choose a partner that you haven't met, perhaps in a country that you haven't visited even. And one thing that Corona has done is to make it easier, less costly, to do that kind of a new venture. Thank you very much.
Well, colleagues, I would like to share with you my close to about 20 years of experience working with multilateral and bilateral organizations as well as the private sector in the agriculture space, and then translate that into how best institutions of higher learning across the globe, including Africa, might actually learn from some of those lessons that we have garnered over many years in engaging northern partners as well as engaging southern partners within Africa. And I think an entry point in terms of changing the tide in terms of the partnership between Africa and the North came through the Palace Declaration on donor effectiveness. There were over 100 countries which signed to an agreement. One, it emphasized on, I think, about 5 principles. The 6th one, of course, was agreed upon later in Accra. The first one was the question of ownership, very critical. And then alignment, then harmonization, management for results, and mutual accountability, but also inclusive partnerships. But I'll just speak to 2 of them because there isn't enough time in terms of reflecting on my own learnings over the years. One around ownership. I think everybody agrees that this question of who sets the agenda, who sets this research agenda, is controversial, but it's an issue that I think we need actually to address head on. Who really defines priorities, whether it's research or whether it's the curriculum that needs to be introduced? Who really defines that agenda? And I think we all agreed that this has got to be owned first and foremost by the African constituency, whether it is, in our case, I was heading the agriculture portfolio. It was around the Comprehensive Africa Agriculture Development Program. We defined the agenda, we defined the priorities, but we invited the international community to support us, rallying behind an African-defined framework, which we were committed to driving, that framework. Obviously, within the context of, what we're discussing here in terms of a partnership between, the institutions in the North and institutions in Africa, the question of ownership and setting the agenda, it has arisen, I think, in these conversations, but I think it needs to be addressed. Who sets that agenda? How do we arrive at a common, mutually beneficial priority area, but with our eyes actually focusing on Africa? But within Africa, we need to take into account, therefore, not just the universities' defined agendas, but these university defined agendas too must fit in within African defined frameworks. I think Dorothy emphasized this point that African leaders, even at the national level or the regional level or the continental level, they have defined their own priorities. And which are these priorities? We need, I think, to understand them, to understand those frameworks, because those stem from the ground. In other words, they've done consultations. They know that our priority, if our priority is agriculture, enhancing agriculture productivity, we need to look at that, or looking at these agri-food systems and looking at how based, we might actually define new interventions around agri-food systems. Then that becomes, a priority, which I think even we as universities, including universities in the North, they need to, address that particular thorny issue, which is a priority. Because at the end of the day, our business should be about, transforming lives. I mean, we want to make sure that there's a result, which is about, improving, the lives of people on the ground. So this question of ownership, I think, is one which I think we need to tackle. But of course, we're aware that, there are also, benefits which might be accrued by, northern institutions. They too will need to define, what is the benefit of this partnership. They need also to define that. And I think, we need to sit down together and then look at, how are these activities which have been, or priorities which have been defined by the African constituency, meeting also the objectives of northern institutions. Because it's got to be mutually beneficial. Right now I deal with a lot of, work around building African institutes, policy institutes, and we have actually been encouraging faculty from MSU, younger faculty, to come and spend some time, 1 year, in some of these, institutes. They're benefiting by learning, a whole range of, new, issues around policy or engagement with, a whole range of strategic stakeholders. So they are mutually beneficial, relationships. It's not one way. Our priorities are, whether it's on fertilizer and soil health, they also begin to, get a better understanding of those issues on the ground as young faculty. But at the same time, of course, our own faculty, are able also to learn, new methodologies, research methodologies through that interaction. So it's mutually beneficial, but then the priority has been defined from the Africa side, and we need to take that, I think, into account. And then the question of, I think, inclusive partnerships, building inclusive partnership, is a big lesson which we have actually learned over the years. And part of my role within the context of the work I do now in the African partnership is to begin now building bridges between faculty from northern institutions like Michigan State University with the African constituency, not just universities, but really moving beyond that and linking them to governments. Because we cannot have a meaningful conversation even in this forum without really understanding the politics and understanding the way governments function and the way they behave effectively. So we need to engage them too. They need to be part of this conversation. But in that inclusivity, also we cannot lose sight of the beneficiaries of our programs, whether it is smallholder farmers in our case, or whether it is students. We cannot ignore them. They need to be part of the conversation. How do we make sure that they are part of this discussion? One big gap we have actually identified is engagement with the private sector. There's very limited engagement with the private sector. I know Professor Paul Zeleza there raised the question of, where is the funding coming from? The funding, of course, cannot only be from northern, institutions. Even, in Africa now, we have these high net worth individuals that are emerging. To what extent do we invite them to our networks to be part of the discussion? I think a lot of them, they have interest in being, part of that conversation, being part of this conversation, but they need somebody who can probe them, who can, engage them, encourage them. We have the Dangotes, we have the, Motsepe here, Patrice and others, Oppenheimer Foundation, who really engage them. Do we take the effort to engage them? Because they may think, these academic, institutions are not interested. Somebody must take an effort to, bring them on board. More fundamentally, what we've learned also is that there's a major knowledge gap in not just our governments, but also our regional institutions, particularly, regional economic communities. We have about 5 recognized regional economic communities. Here in Southern Africa, we have the SADC, Southern Africa Development Community, and then there's the East African Community, there's the West African Economic Community, and others. Have we made a conscious effort as institutions for higher learning to engage them as well? Next week, we have some conversation with SADC. We actually intentionally went to approach them and said, well, you have defined your regional priority around, development in the region, in the SADC region. Are you aware that we have incredible high-level, qualified, experienced, expertise in our universities that could be inputting into the work you're doing? So we made an intentional effort to approach them, and they said, no, sure, no, we're aware that there are quite a few think tanks in different institutions here. Yes, let's talk. So they've invited us, and now they're asking if these universities can begin to coordinate other think tanks in the region, because we made an intentional effort to engage them. We also approached the African Union Commission. Again, we engaged them. We said, fertilizer and soil health is a very important priority for Africa. And they agreed that, yes, please, can you help us? So we are coordinating a summit of the African heads of state and government, bringing researchers to support the African leaders around that particular subject. So if you make an intentional effort to approach these, government, leaders, whether it's at the regional level, national level, they do respond. And I think we've got that experience. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. So this morning when we listened to the presentation, one of the things that really struck me was with Ahmed presenting the typologies of partnerships and ending by saying that there are partnerships that work and partnerships that don't work. And that question kept on replaying itself in my mind, like what makes some partnerships really work and what makes others fail. We know very well that when you go to universities, you are often been told about the number of MOUs that institutions have, and vice chancellors take pride in showing how thick the file is, the folder. In the electronic days, I don't know what they show for it, but many, many MOUs that are sitting there that are not working. But they were done with the intention to have them work. Dorothy, you mentioned the intentionality. So when the MOU is signed, it's signed with that intention to make it work. So what makes it fail? What is it that makes some partnerships really not work well? I do not have an answer to that, but that's something that I feel we need to sort of continuously engage with. The ones that he mentioned that didn't work, where they gave the example of the geopolitical partnerships, those, I would say, maybe institutions have been dragged along into them. But that, to me, raises a question as to whether some of the partnerships we have in our institutions are institutions where the partners have been dragged into them as well. Is that the reason why they're not working or so? Then, related to that, I think it's a matter of what's the criteria to say that a partnership is really working? What can we show for it or so? And with that, I'm reminded of a project I was once involved in, a big project, a partnership on higher education in Africa that involved major sort of funding agencies based in the US, and lots of money working with institutions in Africa. The funders were convinced that the partnership is really working well, and 3 of us were appointed to do the assessment. And they were excited, briefed us, gave us the terms of reference and all. We went out, did the assessment, and we came back and told them that the partnership is not working. They wanted us to change the report because they had announced so much that we're doing this assessment, we're going to publicize it and all that. And when we refused to change the results, they didn't release that report or so. So, in the views of different people, you might think that the partnership is working, and you have to be really prepared to listen. When there's money involved, the asymmetry that was talked about this morning, the unequal partners that are engaged in the partnerships look at or judge or use a different criteria to say that the partnership is working. So based on where you stand and what you bring into that. So with that, I would say that we need to definitely, resources play a major role in defining those unequal partnerships. And we rhetorically talk about partnerships that are mutually beneficial. What does that really mean, that it's mutually beneficial? We all define our own benefits out of it, why we're in it or so. But if you don't have the resources, to some extent, you're still disadvantaged. It's the funder's agenda that gets driven and you buy into it. Earlier in the day, we talked about how we have to drive the agenda from the bottom. We have to specify what we want, how we want it, how it will serve us in engaging in those kind of partnerships. The last comment I would make is more about who sits at the table and who's not at the table. And I mean, I sit in many conferences, and I find that lots of what we share becomes rhetorical once more. We mention these things, but we don't really implement them. I think what I heard less today was more of how we engage, how we seriously engage the communities, except by just mentioning that we need to engage the communities, how we engage students, how we really bring those other stakeholders to the table to co-set the agenda and to also benefit from what goes on there. So I just want us to sort of like pause and think about some of the things we all believe in and we agree on, and we're talking to each other as people that have that common agreement. But in reality on the ground, is that what is actually happening? Thank you, I'll stop there.
Well, thank you very much. This is my first visit to South Africa, and I have really enjoyed the level of commentary that's been taking place over the last few days that I've been here. So although I came prepared for this session with some thoughts about what I wanted to talk to you about, what I'm ultimately going to say to you has really been modified by many of the comments and the presentations that have gone before me. So I am a living, breathing example of the value of networking. Hopefully the quality of this presentation is better as a function of the networking opportunities that I've had since I've been here.
So I think in terms of setting the stage, what I wanted to start with was the idea that, in my view, around the world, some of the most progressive universities that I've had the opportunity to interact with have really started to welcome the challenge of service above all else. And these universities all share a number of things in common, and I think one of the things that they share in common is that they recognize the amazing untapped ability that we all have to step away from the tyranny of elitism and competition and league tables and really begin to work towards what Jonathan Grant refers to as the new power university. And these universities are not bogged down by old ways of measuring success or old ways of working. So at Curtin, we've really embraced this idea of a new power university, and we recognize that not everyone on the planet has had the same advantages and opportunities. We recognize the power of our teaching and of our research to solve some of the social and economic challenges that are facing our communities, Australia, and the rest of the world. And finally, we believe that the best measure of our success is our ability to make a difference to our people and to the planet. So with this as a background, I wanted to share with you a couple of concrete examples of the way in which Curtin has engaged in some very productive networking. And I take all of the points where many of us have MOUs that are just withering on the vine. So I wanted to share with you some of the things that we have done that have really breathed new life into some of the relationships that we have both within Australia and around the world. So for us, I mean, obviously Australian universities suffer from a massive tyranny of distance because we're located at the bottom of the world. But even within Australia, my own university suffers from the tyranny of distance because we live in one of the most isolated major cities on the planet. So we are really dependent on our relationships with others in order to succeed. If we look at our campus in Kalgoorlie, for example, which is in the middle of the goldfields where we're trying to train mining professionals and healthcare professionals of the future, we really rely on our networks of both industry and other community partners, and that's been a huge success for us. Beyond Australia, obviously, we're very interested in engaging with the rest of the world, and Africa is an incredibly exciting place for us. We're really excited to be here, and we are looking forward to ongoing partnerships and establishing our center, which we signed the MOU on Monday. We're also part of other important networks that are based on our common research goals. So we've got an alliance with the University of Aberdeen and the University of Calgary to develop innovative solutions to the global energy transition, climate change, and sustainability challenges that we are all facing. This tripart allegiance has been incredibly successful in sharing our resources and our brains to tackle some of the world's biggest challenges. And last but not least, I wanted to also just highlight the fact that Curtin is actually a highly networked university within itself. Because we have campuses around the Indian Ocean Rim, not only in Western Australia, but also in Mauritius, Malaysia, Singapore, and Dubai. And that's been an incredibly successful partnership where we've been able to share our resources, again, to tackle the problems that are unique to the Indian Ocean Rim. So for me, I just want to conclude by saying that I think the success to any networking is really highly dependent not only by the commitment of senior university leaders, but more importantly by the commitment of the bench academics who actually have to do the heavy lifting in most of these partnerships. In the absence of these important relationships, all of these networks will wither on the vine, no matter how happy or proud the Vice Chancellor is about signing various MOUs. So given this, I think meetings like this are just so incredibly valuable, where we can all continue to build those human-to-human relationships that will ultimately allow our networks to thrive. So thank you very much.
Is there anything else left to say? You know, when you organize a party or an event or a conference, in this case, with others, of course, you likely not to enjoy it so much, but I'm really enjoying this, I must say. So, Cheryl, I wanted to try try and take seriously your challenges right at the beginning of today's discussion about transformation and engaging with the notion of transformation, and I think we have. And I think about it in two ways, sort of internal to collaboration, to networks, and external. The internal, we've talked quite a lot about. You know, it's about the rules of engagement. It's about the power dynamics. It's about issues of inclusivity, diversity, equity. And I think that's really important. I think what we've talked a little bit less about, and which I think is equally important, is collaboration for transformation. We've talked, it's been raised in the context of how networks engage with communities. But I think it's deeper than that. And I think we need to start reflecting on what unleashes the potential of collaborative research to have impact on societal transformation. Very important in the context of very urgent global challenges. And you know, it goes back to the well-known saying of, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. Our problem is we want to go far, fast. And the question is, how do we do that? And in a recent statement, the Secretary General of the UN talked about this in a way of saying we need to embrace transformation, which is essentially about going far, and accelerate implementation, which is about going fast. So what does that mean? And just a few thoughts from my side. To accelerate implementation, I think we have to look at multilateral rather than bilateral. We have to look at the resource mobilization and leverage diplomacy for science, do whatever we can to increase resources, for the very important point also that Mark New made earlier about networks need people to manage them, right? And I think the leadership issue is also about accelerating implementation. It's not just the skilled leaders, but the leaders who are supported to do the work of accelerating the work of the network. Embracing transformation, I think for me, there are three important points in practice. If we want to make sure that the collaborative research leads to or supports and informs transformation. The first is, and this is the point that has been raised, get the right knowledge partners around the table, from disciplines, from institutions, from the right countries, from the right sectors, communities included, activists, young people, established scientists. Get the right knowledge partners around the table. That's point one. I think secondly, we just assume that everybody who collaborates is doing it for the global public good and we have a common vision of what we're working towards. But we need an agreement right up front about the vision we're working towards in a network, and make sure that that vision aligns with the key characteristics of transformation, which are, it's highly disruptive to the status quo. Are we up for that? It's systemic. Are we thinking holistically? And let's accept that it's a long-term game. We need resources for the long term. My leg's gone to sleep. All right. So the third one for me is about, and it takes us back to the theme of Africa Week. You know, if we think about open science, the principles and practices of open science as fostering the rigor, the reliability, the responsibility, and the relevance of science, then I think for networks to know that they are doing collaboration for transformation should commit upfront to the principles and practices of open science. And they include, in essence, access to the record of science, to the evolving stock of knowledge and ideas, opening our data to and evidence to scrutiny and reuse, and opening up to engaging meaningfully with society in the common pursuit of science as a global public good. Thank you. Thank you.
Well, firstly, please join me in thanking our panel who have traversed quite a wide range of lessons as I've heard each of them. And in part of my brief, I was given the task of summation for this panel, but summation of the day. Bearing in mind and looking around the room, we all need a little break before we network and engage in more social networking. But let me try to pull out one or two key messages that I gleaned from this panel before I endeavour to sum up some of the big issues of the day. The first is that, and I think it ties in very well with what Heide has just called us to reflect on, and that is we started off with Professor Nagayo talking about networking for new ventures, and that's really the transformative project that I think Heide concluded with. And that is inherently disruptive, and the whole theme of Africa Week is calling upon us to think innovatively, and that brings a certain level of discomfort if we are asked to think about disruption, innovation, and ultimately transformation. But as we embark upon that journey, we were reminded about the importance up front of a number of principles. And one of them, for example, was ownership, and asking the question about who's sitting around the table, and do we up front have agreement about that transformative vision? In other words, the destination. We were challenged in this panel by asking us to think about, right up front really, about what defines success for each person or each institution or each region who is represented around the table. Based on lessons from the past, such as the frank assessment that Professor Moja referred to, we might find that our definition of success is only our definition of success, but not a shared definition. So hence the lesson about defining upfront what success might look like from different perspectives. We also heard from Professor Harleen Hain that it's important for us to think about the new power of the university. And in thinking about the new power of the university, she quoted the importance of perhaps thinking about service above all else. And if it is service above all else, that also brings a certain degree of discomfort, because we usually, or most of us, put self-interest above all else, not only at the individual level, but sometimes at the institutional level. So I think from our panel, we had a very powerful message, and a very powerful message about thinking differently, about thinking transformatively, but ultimately thinking about making a positive impact. So once again, thanks to our panel. And I will try to do what I've been asked to do, and that's just reflect on how we've traversed the various themes of the day around the theme networking, the networks. And we started off the morning reflecting on diverse typologies of networks. And I'd like to draw out some of the key challenges that I heard from various panels throughout the day. So the first one was engagement with communities. And I think it's about the plurality of communities. And while we alluded to some of this, as I think somebody on the panel referenced, we didn't really have an opportunity to think about that in depth. You know, there's the local community, there are the NGOs, there are the policymakers, there are governments in their various dimensions, there's industry, and ultimately, as somebody on the panel concluded, we have to think about multi-sectoral networks and what the purpose and shared vision is. While there's some enablers that were identified, and very importantly, the enabler of in-person connectivity, there are also some inhibitors. And those inhibitors include the cost, competing imperatives, so bringing people together not only costs financially, but it costs from a climate and environmental sustainability impact. There are the challenges of funding, But again, not only the quantities of funding, but also the structures of funding and how those structures are configured and reconfigured. But notwithstanding the challenges, I think what I heard repeatedly is the affirmation that universities are uniquely placed as learning institutions, and that within our institutions, or within universities, therein lies potential, and potential beyond which we have currently delivered, or have delivered to date. So as I think Amit Bauer referred to this morning, universities are not only knowledge institutions, because there are many knowledge institutions, but universities act as pillar institutions in their communities. Some call them anchor institutions that have a multiplier effect, bringing people together, creating future citizens and leaders for the future. Universities do research, but also build capacity and new knowledge. One of the challenges we face, however, is the translation of that knowledge. And we heard from various panels that that's an area that we need to develop our capacity beyond which we've done to date. How do we translate our expertise into, firstly, that which people can understand, and then translate into the practices that matter to them? We also heard about the convening power of universities as institutions. A metaphor was mentioned, and I think, John, you were credited for this metaphor about universities having deep anchors. And I think the reference is that universities are slow to change. But, you know, to my mind, universities might be slow to change. But as we saw in the pandemic, there's a certain embedded resilience. But in that resilience in our institutions, there's also responsiveness, because we did see how universities were able to mobilize expertise in the face of a global pandemic in order to bring us to the other side, albeit that we continue to grapple with some of the long-lasting impacts. The other very powerful message is, yes, there are lessons of failed partnerships, failed networks, but I heard that in fact we have moved, because now we're talking, and somebody referred to the possibility of mega networks with multiplicities of nodes in different places and in different spaces. So while it might look as if we haven't really moved, you know, institutions being slow to change, as someone who's been part of these discussions for a fairly long period of time, I've heard today a real shift in where we're at and in the topics that we're now talking about. And if we are at the point where we're talking about multi-sectoral networks, where we're talking about networking the networks, where we're talking about multiplicities of nodes, where we're talking about mobilizing resources in ways that we haven't done to date, where we're possibly talking about a shared vision of transformation, I think we're much better placed to overcome and make a positive impact on some of the world's intractable challenges, and many of them have been mentioned to date. But finally, I think the overarching message is that humans and our human capacity makes all the difference. And I'm reminded that yes, leadership is key, and there's formal leadership as it might be distributed through hierarchical arrangements, but ultimately we have to think about leadership as distributed throughout institutions and across institutions, and bridge those divides, some of which have been long-standing, and recognize that expertise doesn't present itself in a particular physical form. Expertise and knowledge appears in many different forms, and we need to recognize that more than we ever have done in the past. And much was said about giving way to the new ideas from within our ranks, within our students, our emerging researchers. But then as I listen today, or listen throughout the day, I'm reminded that ultimately building networks or successful networks, however we may define success, does in fact take time because it's all about relationships. I heard about networks like SAJU that started in 2007. There was the AAUN that started a very long time ago. We heard about networks formed across the African continent and how many of them continue, have grown and developed, and in fact are now forming the pillars and the nodes so that we can talk about meta networks. We are positioned in that way. So I think I want to give credit to everybody who's made that contribution in their various and distributed leadership roles. But finally, I do want to acknowledge those who have brought us together. It's been an incredible opportunity to reflect on what's worked, what hasn't worked, and I wish to acknowledge the team here at Future Africa, the team at the University of Pretoria, and particularly Dr. Heide Heckman, Dr. Aldo Strobel, the vast impact that we've heard that the National Research Foundation has made over a long period of time. And then somebody who I don't think has been sufficiently accredited today, and that's Professor Frans Swanepoel. You know, as a Vice-Chancellor for a reasonable period of time, on a personal note, I often think about, you know, what are the important decisions do you make when you have such a position? And one of them really is employing the right people to make a difference. And so if I can take any credit, Frans, and you've been generous in how you've acknowledged me today, it's that I appointed you. So thank you very much. So thank you, everybody. And I'd like to now invite Aldo to wrap up for the day before we go and socialize a bit.
Colleagues, please, Professor Cheryl de la Rey. I will, of course, now summarize Cheryl's summary for your benefit, right? Thank you very much, everyone, for such an engaging day and for your active participation and your staying power and your fortitude and really the intellectual discussion that we were able to have. Cheryl's brilliance, Robert's brilliance in bringing out the best of the panelists, who's already not too bad, but that has really escalated our collective discussion, must truly be acknowledged. So really far two moderators today. Thank you so much. Cheryl has so graciously acknowledged the teams, but I must name names. So our fantastic NRF team, Ketumetse Sepeng and Lefoke Gafane, thank you so much for everything today. And the Jonathan Tager from the University of Pretoria, thank you so much. I also must, on a very personal note, thank both Heide and Frans for co-conceptualizing, but also co-hosting this fantastic day with us. We have been blessed at the NRF with strong partners like yourselves, with so many others in the room. And it really shows this co-commitment and co-responsibility for excellence. So really, Future Africa, University of Pretoria, thank you so much for today. In their absence, but in their very presence, is the Department of Science and Innovation of South Africa. We think we're very successful, and we are. You all know in this context that you are very successful, but this is because of that ultimate enabling environment that the department provides. Yes, it's a government department and we all have our criticism on that, but it is enabling, forward-looking, and really provides the space for us to innovate. So let it be recorded, and to the person that we all know we are actually referring to, we must really formally acknowledge the Department of Science and Innovation. Colleagues, that's it. We had a series from Monday that focused on this excellent network of AAUN. Yesterday, we looked more in the university environment, and today we brought it together. And I want to sincerely thank all the speakers, really again, for your excellent contribution. I cannot resist by saying, from the sublime to the ridiculousness, are we in future at our next session going to network the networks of the networks? Because that for me was a very strong call, and actually Cheryl has referred to this mega networks. Heide, I think that will be the basis of the sustainability missions that the ISC is currently driving. It will be these enormously complex but ultimately highly impactful and successful conglomerations. And I hope that we can see the effectiveness in those big ones that we see already in the examples that we have. As a final word, I've been asked to warmly invite you to the excellent function for tonight. I think all of us would like to let our hair down. For you who do not have hair, wigs will be provided. And the function tonight is graciously hosted by the acting principal of the University of Pretoria, Professor Loretta Ferris. Thank you indeed, colleagues. Please move directly but leisurely to the hub, and just after 5, the formalities will start. Thank you indeed.